chat. If yeah, there it goes. If it'll capture my game, holy shit. Hi, chat. A little short one tonight for the verdict hearing since I covered the entire case. I might as well hear the verdict, right? They're doing the verdict reading. 9 p.m. Eastern, which is about 8 for me, I believe. So, yeah. Double check. Yeah. So we're gonna see who's awake and stuff. All right. Anything in here? No. I saw something pop up on my other phone though. Let me lock my house, please. My fucking god. Dude? What? Torres. Can I just... Can I lock my door? There. Not even close. Not even close. Not even close. Not even fucking close. Okay. Now it's closed. Oh. There's... Sheriff cars here. Oh, wow.
Okay.
Oh. Thought there was somebody working on your cars.
Oh, no, we're good.
No, we're good. We're just talking. We're
okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, we're just yapping. That makes more sense. Thought Liam was like working on their cars or something. No, it's just cops in the bay talking. Glad I read this after. play. Fun, I guess. Oh, I'm stuck in Sandy, I guess, then. Guess I gotta go try and steal a bike. Why is this car at the community center? So many questions. I don't know if that was a local or not. The way they slowed down makes me feel like they weren't a local, but they might have been. See, I don't know if that's a local or not. I genuinely do not know if that truck is a local. And now I'm a little scared. Oh my god, it's a Wooby. Howdy. You tuned in at a very boring moment. I'm stranded at the house right now. Because Ray is apparently in the city with friends or something. So Danny's like, oh, okay. How you doing? I'm alright. I just woke up from a nap, so my voice is a little I was like, hi. I was like, where'd you run off to? I'm finally awake. And he was like, I'm in the city with some peace. My car is in the community center in Grapeseed. And now he's not replying to me. Yeah, I needed one. I'm been very tired recently. And I have to be up at like 5:30 tomorrow to go nanny at 7 a.m. But it means Danny's just kind of stranded here for now until, I don't know. Yeah, Danny's kind of just stranded at the house. She can't drive. She's still learning. She didn't have another car. I was gonna do stuff outside the house, but a truck drove by really slowly, I think. And I don't know if it's a local or not. If it drives by again perfectly, then it's a local, you know? Oh, that's a ghost local. That's nice. We love ghost locals. Oh lord. Oh lord. Yeah, you saw that? Yeah, I can't fucking tell if it's a local or not. It probably is, and I'm just bugging because I'm alone. Yeah, another local. I'm glad the locals are back. They were gone yesterday. My spikes are gone. This is why they don't have rights. Yeah. I agree. Yep, there he is. Yeah, it's a local. It's just a fucking local being weird as fuck. There you go. Pirate spikes! Step over him real quick. There you go. Petey's upset. Put out my pirate spikes. Probably the funniest thing I made up. Yeah, that's a little. It's fine. Pirate spikes. Emily, have you seen around the house? I love our house. I love our house so much. Oh. So glad I got the decorate again. Give you a tour? Okay. So, I did the walls and stuff. Took fucking ever. I have this. Got the living room. See if it'll not bug out this time. Here's the fun thing about the housing in ONX is like, you know, the lights are off. And then I can like, here's the living room. Casual day. I can do like family meeting stuff if I need to. Normal set, and then I have other little sets around here, so I have like a date night. For Danny and Ray, a little date night setup. Yeah. This is a new one I did recently. In case we have a... There might be some certain RP happening recently where we might have somebody living with us for a little bit. I'm not sure. Take off the guest bedroom set. Long-term guest. No. This one. And then it's just a bedroom. Now it's just an actual guest room. And then I have, like, clutter. So, like, you know, laptop bags and stuff. things I can add if they stay here. Yeah, I like it. I think it's fun. Where the fuck is it? And go. Easy. I like it. Yeah, I think it's fun. And, got our sick ass art I found. I fucking love it. Got our bar, got Ray's arts. This is the main guest bathroom. Got the shower. Got some stuff. Got a laundry machine. Got cleaning stuff. Got our hallway with our little reading nook. Danny's reading corner with her childhood bear's raspberry. Got all of our books, my books and stuff. You can see out the window, we got some chairs there in the doghouse for when we get our dog one day. This is Ray and Danny's room. A big bed, got his fan because he's always hot. Laundry basket, some Danny's stuff from her head injury. And then this is the room I've completed first, which is this nice bathroom I did. Fun. Can't walk through these like in no pixel, but still cool looking. Good RP. Love it. Thank you. When I made it, you know, I'm so used to decorating no pixel and stuff, right? And having like limited resources. So when I made this bathroom, a couple people were like, "Where's the shower head?" And I was like, "That's like 2 TVs. What do you mean?" There's 2 TV monitors stuck together. And they're like, "What?" And I was like, "Yeah, it's no pixel ingenuity for decorating." The shower head in here is a fire hose. Because we don't have any fucking showers. We just have shower doors, but like no showers. So I just use the fire hose. But yeah. I like this house. I think it's nice. Ray really likes it. I like it. I think it's fun. He's still not answering my fucking texts, which is so nice of him. That'll make Danny very happy. Okay, well, I guess I will... I will run to the hospital and steal a bike, I guess. And, hope for the best. So I'm not just gonna sit here for an hour while he's doing stuff. Can I lock my door, please? Can I lock the door, please? Oh, fuck, I forgot to put spikes in the back porch. Fuck, hold on. Oh, and I got his card collection on the wall, which is also my card collection. Bro, can you... What is with the doors today, man? Okay. Cool. There you go. Got our doghouse for when we get demon one day. We got our chairs. The fun thing about the property lines in this city, though, is as soon as I walk... Yep, as soon as I walk away. I'll be right up at the house to see stuff. Alright, well, I think I'm gonna run to the hospital. Kinda sucks, yeah. Why? That sounds like a bike. Probably just lost, actually. Fine. Why? Let me lock my door! Stop being annoying! Why? You're never annoying. No, you're annoying. Okay, sure, whatever. You'll tell me later, apparently. And our fence is busted, which is awesome. Run to the hospital I go, down the street. Oh, that's a person. I don't want to deal with people. Really don't. I don't feel like it. They got a tractor at the PD. Yeah, that's a person. I'm good. I'm gonna duck in here for a minute. Outfit. Oh, I'm gonna do an outfit review. This is my first day. Chilly. What I usually wear. My cute little dress. It's blue. My little short sleeves. My pajamas. My blacked out outfit from when I was a passenger princess for a racer for like a few days. Was fun. Another racing fit for when I work at PDM. This is what I was gonna wear for our first date, and then we did not go on our first date. We went on a jet ski date instead a few days later. I made this outfit for when Ray finally gets his bike again. Summer pajamas, family meetings, my shorts, my sweatshirt, little party fit, pink swimsuit, golfing, ride shirt, outfit. And for court, I'm gonna delete this because it sucks. Woohoo. Outfits. Here's the thing, I was gonna go get a bicycle and then just ride here, but I'll just go grab a bike after. I'm honestly kind of just bored. I guess we're just gonna work on some outfits. Okay. Okay. Oh, my eye. Ugh. See, the other thing, Danny could just track him and see where the fuck he is, but like that seems like crazy, girlfriend. She's not gonna do that. She's not. That's not what she is. Oh yes, I'm still tracking him. Anything new? No. Why would there be? Ooh, I never wear this. I need to wear this more. This door's still fake. Or can you go back here now? I don't remember. Yeah, someone fully just opened fire. I'm good. I'm gonna stay out here. I'm gonna stay right here. Inside. Anything I can delete while I'm thinking about it besides that cork fit? Because everything else I'm trying to keep. Hey.
Hey, baby.
Hey. So, why was the car in Grapeseed? Why were you in the city? Oh.
So we were hanging out at the community center,
Uh-huh.
and then the devil dog showed up,
Oh.
and they stole the dartboard out of the community center.
Oh. The fuck?
So Rezzy, Kel, and I drove down there to have a conversation with him,
Yeah.
and essentially do our jobs as bosses.
Yeah.
So yeah, that's what we were up to.
Okay, yeah, that makes sense. I was like, I no, because deadass, I was like, 1, you hate being in the city. 2, you would never go hang out in the city. 3, you don't leave your car places. So I was like, what the fuck is going on? I was like, none of this is adding up here.
Yeah, no, it was easier to just roll down there with all of us in the same car.
Oh no, I know. See, here's how you know I love you. You and I have a good relationship. Because my first reaction was not, well, he's not. My first reaction was not that you're like cheating on me or anything. It was that you're definitely doing something I don't know about. You're definitely doing a crime, possibly.
Nope.
Love
just
that for
dealing
us.
with a street, just dealing with a street gang that wants to be an MC. That's basically what it is.
Could have been a crime though. Could have turned into a crime.
Yeah.
That's the thing. That's the thing. I'm like, no, I just love that for us. My first reaction isn't the normal stuff. It's, oh, he's probably doing something illegal.
You know me very well, babe.
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, I don't know. It's one of those. I don't know. Have you ever met the Devil Dogs?
No.
Yeah, so they're essentially like the quote unquote a 1% MC, or like an outlaw motorcycle club. But they don't wear cuts. They wear jackets with a simple logo on the back.
Boring.
Well, this is the thing, right? They don't even have the proper logo. They have a logo with a name, but they don't have like the top. They don't have like the top rocker and the bottom rocker and all that like they should be having.
Yeah, that's dumb.
And then they also just straight up act like a fucking street gang and not like an MC, because you literally always see them in the car and never in a motorcycle. So I don't know. There's something, and then the fact that they do have the fucking nerve to put on a diamond patch and call themselves 1%ers.
Ooh.
Yeah, there's something about that doesn't quite sit right with me.
No, I can understand that. Considering you come from an actual 1%er club, yeah, I can understand.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a bit disrespectful to the whole thing about being a 1%er.
If you knew where the 1% patch came from, you wouldn't do it with disrespect. That's the thing.
Oh yeah, I get it. I just think that's so funny. It's like, yeah, he's not cheating on me. He's probably just doing something illegal.
So what have you been up to? Besides sleeping?
Nothing. I was gonna go run to the. You weren't texting me back, so I was like, well, I'll just run to the hospital and get a pedal bike and ride around for a little bit or something, and go to the clothing store, I guess. I don't know. And then, a car like sped really fast past our house and like swerved into the ammunition lot, and I was like, oh, I'm not gonna leave the house for a minute.
Fair enough.
I don't like people. I don't like being alone in Sandy sometimes. It's fine, but it's also like a little nerve-wracking for some reason. I don't know why. Maybe because it's the desert. I don't know.
Yeah, it could be.
Maybe just because it's the desert. Like, at least in the city, you know, like, you expect people. But when I'm up here, I'm like, yeah, I know people live here. I know we have neighbors, but, like, feels very solitary sometimes, you know? When someone other than a local drives by, I'm like,
You could always go talk to a cactus.
What? Yeah, I don't want to do that. I'm not crazy.
You sure, though?
Honey, when I was on drugs, the cactuses talked. They don't talk anymore.
That's a good thing, I guess. Yeah.
Yeah. No, I'm good. Honey, if the cactuses are talking to me, I've made a very big error in my life that I do not want to repeat. So, I'm good.
Yeah, fair. Fair.
I mean, we have a cactus in our house anyway. They don't fucking talk. They just chill. I need to get one for the porch. I kind of want to put one outside. I think it'd look nice. I think it'd look cute with our rocking chairs. Also, Rezzy's awake? That's crazy.
Y'all.
Can't believe it.
No, Kel has to play at that event in like a couple minutes. So I don't know if he's still here or that they already left.
Oh, there's Rezzy.
Rezzy's still here.
Yep, they're definitely still here.
Well, at least Rezzy is.
Well, Rezzy is here. Is that Harvey?
Oh.
Yep, figured. Damn. Fucking got him. That was crazy.
He's actually being grieved. He's actually being grieved.
I'm gonna step back so you don't hit me when you tackle him.
Actually being grieved.
That's crazy.
That's wild that you would let him do that. That's...
I don't fucking control him on a keeper. You kidding me? That's crazy.
That's wild.
You try to tell Ray. Try to tell Ray what to do. See what happens. That's just never a good idea. I just don't do it.
Wait a couple days. I'll wait a couple days.
I just vibe, man. I just vibe.
Our dartboard got stolen.
I know. Ray told me.
We gotta do a family meeting this weekend.
Mm-hmm.
Harvey's gonna be there because he's my lawyer.
Fun.
Tells me what I should
Oh, babe, move, babe. Ray, move.
Fire.
Ugh.
Oh my god.
Fucking fire, what the hell?
Rezzy.
Oh, it was like right under your foot. That was not cool. I didn't like that.
Why is that on fire?
Rezzy, what did you do?
I didn't do anything.
Rezzy, what did you do? Hey, Rezzy, I don't know what to tell you, but you might get fired, man. You might lose your
job. He might get fired.
You might lose your job, bud.
Wow, that fucking fire is spreading too. Holy fucking shit, bro. The entire community center's gone.
Call the fire department. Call the fire police. Oh my god. Rezzy's trapped inside, I'm pretty sure. Oh, I should send. I'm gonna send this. I'm not going to. I don't want to. Oh, dude, Rezzy's so fired. This is like guys, like an episode of regular show. God, this feels like an episode of fucking regular show. Like, dude, Rezzy's so fired, man. Oh shit.
Right.
Also.
No fucking shot. 911's not.
Oh, there's Belle.
Hello. 911.
Hello, gorgeous. I don't know if I should pick her up and move her or not.
Nah, she'll be fine here.
Okay. Unless that truck blows up. Well. It's like an episode of fucking regular show.
Lola, can you stand up real quick, please?
Oh shit, good morning.
Oh hey, good morning. The community center's on fire.
Yeah, Rezzy lit
yeah,
the
Rezzy
community
set
center on fire.
Rezzy set the community center on fire. You fucking idiot.
I'm fine.
You set the fucking community center. Oh my god.
Fuck, I don't know. The truck just fucking got on fire.
Oh my fucking god, I can't breathe.
What? Is there anybody in there? Is everybody?
No,
in
no,
there?
Everyone just got out. Yeah,
Everybody's
everyone got out. It's fine.
Have you called?
Yeah, 911. Yep.
Uh-huh.
I'm calling Daniel.
I already called 911.
The food truck caught on
Yo,
fire,
yo.
and then it spread to the community
I'll be
center.
so honest, did not even know you guys were in there. I literally just got here like 5 seconds ago.
Yeah.
How the fuck does Resi set the fucking community center on fire? What the
Piece of
fuck?
shit.
Okay, they're here. They're here. I see the cars pulling up now.
Resi,
Oh my god.
the community center's on fire. Help! Help!
Huh.
Yeah,
Okay.
we.
EMS on the way with a fire
Yeah, I
truck.
couldn't get the fucking fire extinguishers off, and there were people inside, so we got out. But yeah, inside the community center.
The food truck caught on fire, and now the community center's on fire.
Oh, that's not good.
Yes, the inside is burnt
it's
down
bad.
too. Yep.
What? So it just caught on fire randomly, and then
Yeah, the
No,
truck
food
caught on fire.
The truck caught on fire, and it spread to the
Yeah, I
community
think we're
center.
closing for
Yeah,
today.
the truck caught on fire and it spread to the wall. Yeah.
Oh shit! I disappeared for a few minutes, and this happened.
Yeah.
Ah, dude.
I don't think
Oh.
I've ever seen a building catch on fire.
Yeah, me neither. This is wild.
There's a new one. Ah,
There's a new one. What the fuck?
I'm glad that everyone's okay.
Oh,
What
fuck.
do you mean you're gonna blow it? What?
It's gonna blow. He's gonna blow on it. He's got it, guys. He's just gonna blow on it.
Oh my god!
The community center's on fire! Help! Help!
It's Paul! Come back here, Wade!
It's on fire! Blow on it!
No, I don't see any fire.
Babe, you're gonna be okay. We're out.
It's okay. It's okay.
Oh,
Lola,
okay.
We're fine.
Lisa, watch out! That's a big. Okay.
Poor Harold.
Can you tell Danny that it sits on fire?
Oh, poor Harold.
Okay. Is there anyone inside?
No, everyone's out.
Not anymore. We got out.
The food trucks are destroyed.
Oh my god, bro. Guys, Harold's gonna shoot the fire. It's fine.
Shout out to Harold shooting the
We
fire.
love Harold. He's shooting the fire.
God, it's really bad.
Hero.
It's Spring Bird.
Uh-oh.
Oh no.
Gosh.
Harold.
We got the job.
Harold, this is another car.
Where's the fire department?
Where the fuck is the fire department?
I've never seen a building on fire before.
Just
That
take
is-
the fire out.
No, me neither. I
Wild.
haven't either. This is so fucking wild.
Whose food truck
Right now, everything's on fire, so I think this is a little more.
That
than
is
the
Meadows
casino. I'm
Brewery,
gonna be honest.
coffee, County Coffee Company.
Oh.
So Fox's truck.
It looks like it's. Hey guys, step back. What? What's wrong?
Harold, shoot the
Oh
fire!
shit! It is getting worse.
Why would I shoot the fire?
Oh my god.
Oh my fucking god!
Oh, oh my god. Uh-oh. Oh fuck.
Bro! Holy shit!
Fire department.
What the fuck?
Really bad. Oh god.
Oh my god.
We need a moving
Someone
vehicle.
stop the fire.
Resi!
Oh, this is not good, bro.
This sucks. This is not good.
We need to move the cars next to the
Did you just move bro him?
Oh gosh.
Gabriel, watch out!
Next to the building.
Those are
Now.
Vox's, and those are Vox's cars.
Those are Vox's cars. They can't be moved.
Can't move them.
Okay, all right, yeah,
Everyone
let's.
get back, further back, right? I'm sure everything's under control, alright?
What about all the alcohol that's inside?
Okay.
Yeah, that's
It's
flammable.
tough to see here. It's just, oh, yeah. Yeah, that's definitely flammable.
Yeah,
Yeah,
I'm
we're
sure
fucked.
everything's under control.
Yeah, we're
Harold.
fucked.
Stand back, everyone. Please stay clear. Where's the fire truck?
Oh, I want to see it. It's crazy.
That's a helicopter.
Oh my god, they're bringing a
You got this, Harold.
They're gonna dump water on it.
Oh my god.
Hey, Sharp.
There's an ambulance. We don't need an ambulance.
Oh,
There's a
no.
helicopter, too.
Oh my god, they got fire gear though.
It's a new ticket booth.
I'm glad I
Watch
didn't.
out,
walk
it's
my
spreading
dog.
all
Same
over
place
the
where the
room.
guy was, but it's up
Where
against
is
the wall.
fire department? Question mark.
The fireman's here.
In the meantime, I gotta go. The brewery is on fire right now, so
Yeah, that's.
Alright. Don't worry, everyone.
Alcohol
the
go
controls are at
boom.
work now.
Yeah, I don't
It's
think we're
spreading
working
just
today.
like your mama's
But it was
legs every
pizza night.
yo, Hey, Adkins.
You gotta move the ambulances. The fire truck can't get through. Oh no,
Oh,
it's
no.
gonna burn down. Burn down because bad park down.
Hold on.
Burn it down.
Just push it out of the way.
The helicopter on the crops.
Harold, you need to charge them with
Harold!
the field thing.
Fucking Harold! Harold taking a fucking selfie!
That's fine for, extra circumstances.
You know what's funny about this?
What,
You're
Rezzy?
trying to tell me to come down to the fucking casino to work when the fucking place is on fire.
Yes.
Jesus Christ. Are you fucking kidding?
Yeah.
Swear to God.
There's a fucking
Hello, Daniel.
Oh. Fire helicopter, nice.
I didn't hear it come in. What the hell?
Daniel. I hope you know we have a helicopter here, EMS, fire, fucking everybody.
The entire building went up.
Yeah, the building is when Harold's going inside. Harold, don't go in there!
It's being handled. Yeah, it's already being handled.
The food truck's still on fire.
They're fucking
Burn the food truck!
There's just
It's already being
more
handled.
fire than you can see right now. It's
A
really
second
bad.
fire started, so I'll be down there when I can. Alright.
See, originally I was like, oh, Rezzy's gonna lose his job, but Daniel might lose his job instead, just for that.
For what?
For saying to come work instead of coming up here and trying to figure out what this going on here.
I don't know how I would lose my job. I didn't do anything.
I mean, I know you wouldn't, because you said the food truck got set up. Wait, how did you set the food truck on fire? That's my question. Okay, what? Something had to have been left on.
Nothing.
What the fuck? That's fucked then.
I don't know what the fuck happened.
That's wild.
Why
We
would
were
you
just standing here
assume that
having
he set the
conversation.
truck on fire?
I didn't assume he set the truck on fire.
Okay, stop. Knock it off.
Usually when a fire starts means something was left on. I don't know. What are they doing? Oh my god, what are they doing?
What the fuck?
I don't even know what's happening anymore.
Great put of the traveling pan. I didn't have fucking field pants off.
I'm surprised we only have like a singular fireman.
We should make these pants into a flag.
What the hell happened?
We were having a
center.
conversation in front of the food truck, and then the food truck fucking started catching fire for some reason.
It got on fire now, everything on fire. Oh my god.
We have no idea. Maybe someone left something on in the food truck.
Someone dropped something in the food truck?
Maybe.
Guys, I'm gonna go.
I have no clue.
It happened last time.
We gotta go? Oh, okay.
Somebody dropped something and it caught the truck on fire?
Still on fire.
Yeah, it happened last time. They dropped
Oh.
the match.
Maybe that's what happened. I don't know. I have no clue.
But it was pizza night.
It was. Oh my god, that's some.
night.
That's some really burnt pizza now. I'm not gonna lie.
All our dough is fucked.
Oh my god, this fire is still spreading. Holy
How the
crap.
fuck is it still on fire?
There must have been something wrong with that fucking truck.
You know, Lucky told me that the Yellowjack truck leaked fuel a few days ago.
My business goes down with him.
Maybe the truck
When was
leaked
the
fuel or
last time
something.
that food truck was inspected?
I don't know.
Like mechanically, maybe. Holy fuck! Look at that.
Anyway, from the fire. Yeah, can't move him anyway.
Well, great work, team. Love you, and the fire's still spreading.
It's back on the building.
Bruh.
Yeah, I don't think we're working tonight.
Have you called Fox yet, hon?
He's not around.
Yeah, Vox is definitely asleep.
Only one I can talk to is Daniel.
And Daniel's just staying down at the casino working.
Yep.
When he's like, isn't he? Did you get like you're hired, right? So like he's above you right now, isn't he?
Yep.
Wow. Okay, so he didn't come up here and try to deal with this. That's wild.
Nope.
That's wild.
I wish I had a mask. The air's getting smoky. And it's
Where's
filled
Harvey?
with alcohol.
That's true.
Call him, make sure he's okay.
That's not helping with the flames either.
I think I saw him running around on the phone. Well, the truck's not on fire anymore.
Oh, I see you. Okay, never mind. Oh, okay.
Oh, we do have two firemen. He's on the track. Oh yeah, there he is. Oh my god.
He blended in with the sky. I didn't see him.
He fully blended in.
yeah.
What the fuck? Huh. Alright. Well, this was a first.
But it was pizza night.
I know, I'm sorry. We'll have more pizza nights one day.
I didn't even get a s'more pizza.
Dude, oh.
There's still fire.
No,
I
I'm good.
still see a little bit of some
I
flame.
know,
Oh my
it's-
god, that whole thing is filled with booze and is wood.
The
Oh
community
my
center.
Lord.
Yeah, it's unfortunately the wheel keeps reigniting.
Oh no.
Fuck.
Guys,
Well-
all the alcohol.
That might be a bug report then if it keeps
Thank
reuniting.
God there's at least a.
Oh, I don't see the
truck
fire on the
around.
side anymore.
Glad you guys were able to get here so fast, cause.
Yep.
Absolutely terrifying.
Yeah, no, that's. Huh.
We might need to not park the truck. Oh my god, I just. You know, I will say if this was in the city, no one would have come.
Oh yeah, no, 100% I wouldn't have. But this is a community center. People care about the community center. As shown by the PD showing up and immediately all crying in unison.
Yeah, they got here really fast. I
They
was really,
did.
really happy about that.
Me too.
Good community.
Yeah, they like it here. Grapeseed is very tight knit. It's kind of nice.
I'm gonna go check on Resi.
Okay, have fun. Poor community center.
Ah, well, shit happens.
Yeah, true.
Oh my.
I've never seen a fire spread that fast. Holy shit.
Oh my gosh.
Well, it's a wooden building.
Oh, that's true, yeah, but still.
Oh my gosh.
Okay, I will get you a ride. I will be there soon.
Huh. Oh, got the fire department got here early.
Our new ratios.
No, it's okay. I'm getting Danny.
Our new
He'll be
ratios
up here
are.
to deal with this.
Oh my gosh. I'm pulling him application.
Harold!
So pineapples,
Yeah.
limes, cherries.
I'm bringing up Danny. He's gonna
potatoes.
come and see what's going on.
Why is Harold?
Oh, okay.
Why is Harold farming?
Unbelievable.
Why is he farming?
Potatoes,
Oh my god.
pineapples, lime, and cherries. Pineapples. I mean, I haven't worked in like 3 weeks, so wouldn't it just be 0? We could check.
Were any of you in charge when the fire started, etc.?
No, the two of us were outside.
You two were inside, you two were outside.
Yep.
Harold, Liam, and I were inside.
I'm gonna come get a statement from you in a moment, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Yeah, like a
Alright,
mall made up of
the fire's out.
Yay, fire's out.
Okay, Pat?
No, that's not what a strip mall is. A strip mall has strippers. Like, oh, strippers. Okay.
dude, Vox is gonna be so upset. Oh, Vox is gonna be so upset.
Vox is gonna have a mental breakdown.
Yeah, he will. I'm very worried. I don't know how this is gonna be broached to him.
Yeah, I gotta be in my head for like 30 seconds, okay, babe?
You're fine, baby. No worries. No more fires. You're good. I really want to see inside. I'm not gonna lie.
Just ask me. There's no save button. It's
Ugh.
Gabriel, can you take some save buttons?
I can. I gotta do work. Sorry.
Gabriel, can you you grab these two, I grab these two.
Hello there.
Hello.
Gabriel Lance, Senior Deputy Grapeseed. What happened here in your own words?
Oh, we were just out here having a conversation, and then the truck caught on fire. That's literally what happened. 1 second it wasn't, the next second it was.
Did you see anybody near it when it happened?
Nope. It was literally, I think, him and I and Rezi over there, we were the only ones outside.
So no one creeping around it? No odd lightning strike or...
Nope.
Aw.
No acts of God, no other person. It was literally just the three of us standing in front of it, and then all of a sudden there was flames.
Interesting. Nobody was smoking a cigarette or anything?
No.
Okay. Do you know, was there anyone cooking inside the food truck previous to this? Like a few minutes before? You left unattended or something, maybe?
Not sure. But Rezi was not in the truck when we came. We drove up and Rezi was standing in the road, so.
And does the truck belong to Rezi?
No, it belongs to a Vox.
Vox, okay.
Yeah.
All right. Ma'am, can I get your name real quick for my statement?
Yeah, Daniela Torres.
Well, I was not facing the door. So once I was alerted to the fire, I turned around, and that's when I saw the smoke coming from under the front door. And
Daniela Torres?
Mm-hmm.
I didn't see
Torres or Z?
Yep, with an S.
With an S.
Yeah, it's literally Daniel with an A.
I see. I spelled with two L's.
Yeah,
that's why I couldn't. Yep, my bad.
My parents were not creative.
Okay. Oh, good. All right. And your name, sir?
Ray Vermont.
It's like burned inside.
And the spelling of that last name?
Vermont.
Okay. Vermont. Okay. Got it. Okay, so you guys were out here. How long were you out here prior to the fire? Just a few minutes, or?
Yeah, a couple minutes, I guess. Not very long.
Yeah, maybe like 5 minutes, something like that. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right, 5 minutes. Do you know how long the truck had been parked there for?
Vox
hours.
usually, yeah, Vox leaves them
Hours.
here, so.
Okay. I see. Okay.
Yeah, Vox sets up shop here all day and just serves food. So.
Okay. All right. Nothing suspicious. No threats that you may have heard at any point. Nothing at all.
Nope.
Nope. Not at all. We rolled up. Resi was out here. We all started talking. Truck caught on fire. Literally it. I have no clue what the fuck.
All right. Well, seems simple enough of a statement then.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I appreciate your cooperation. Thank you very much.
Yeah, of course.
I was inside when it started.
Make my notes here real quick.
Mhm.
You're free to go about your business. You don't need to sit here while I do this.
Easy.
Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, of course.
Read the hook.
Yeah, it's 14-4. Wait, let me. I forget. 14-4-73.
Oh, the charges are being dropped. Who told you that?
I cannot even begin to figure out how the fuck anybody's gonna broach this to Vox.
Okay.
Yeah, Fox is gonna have a mental breakdown.
He's gonna lose his fucking mind.
Resi's gonna handle it. Yeah, the whole thing has to be renovated.
Yeah.
So they're taping it off. And both of those trucks are out of order.
Yep.
Okay, statement reads, so me and a few friends
Oh,
were
poor
standing in front of
Vox.
the food truck. As I was about to give them the menu, I noticed inside the food truck that there was a bit of an orange tone to it. I heard somebody scream, oh my god, there's a fire. Oh, you screamed. Did you scream for ice cream?
Alrighty, what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna get in contact with the sergeant for you, okay? Alright, thank you. Have a great day.
I screamed, OMG, there's a fire. Knowing that there's people in the bar, I ran inside and told everybody to get out. At that time, the bar was being engulfed in flames. As the fire died down, we ran out the front door so we all could get to safety.
EMS and slash was like a fire
Alright.
damage, overall.
Good deal. You're good. Who's the manager coming down here?
Hello, did you just get out of event?
Daniel's the last name.
Not sure what his last name is. I'll give you our passport so you know the attachment, right?
Got it. Okay. You said you gotta head out to the casino. You're gonna be good to go.
I gotta go do business apparently. So.
Yep. You're good to go. Thank you. Anybody else have to give a statement regarding the fire?
Nope.
I think I summed it up pretty well. These were the three that were here.
Okay.
Yep.
I mean, I
Yeah,
was
we already-
asleep
we
in
already-
the car and woke up
we
to
already
the
gave-
sounds of people
yeah,
yelling fire.
You already
so.
gave statement to your fellow officer.
Yep.
Okay. Sounds good.
All right,
Sorry
you
about
guys,
the circumstances in the building. I wish you all the
That's
best of
alright.
luck.
No, thanks for getting here so fucking
Yeah.
fast. If this was in the city, no one would have showed the fuck up. Like,
Yeah.
Yep.
Grapeseed go hard, I guess. Like, y'all came out here fast. It was great.
I love grapeseed.
I was terrified because it was the
Oh
the
no.
flames were coming up.
Oh, there's Daniel.
Yeah,
Oh
that's me.
no.
Oh, there he
No,
is.
come on, man. Harold, what did they do?
Oh.
But food truck freak fire again.
So the food truck is illegal, is
What did we do?
So it's at risk to get to have another fire going. So we need to get it towed or moved out of here. The white truck ain't turned on. The whole bar got engulfed in flames.
I've heard he's
Oh, the whole,
Taping it off. Yeah.
the whole thing.
The whole thing's fucked.
I don't see what scene. Sorry, that's.
Say, man.
I really want to see inside the bar. I really want to see Attention Bear.
It went so well. $10,000 at the PD meeting. No.
That's just a fireplace.
Ooh, I think I need to sit down.
Oh, Daniel.
Have a seat. Have a seat.
Oh, Daniel. Oh.
Yeah. Well, like 2 or 3 or 4 people were inside. I was inside, but I had to take a phone call.
I'm glad y'all got out.
Right. As long as everyone's alive, that's all we care about.
Oh. I have a screenshot I could send to Vox, but I really don't want to.
Yeah.
Poor guy.
It'll be okay. Everything's fine. Hey, look, at least you can rebuild. That's a good part.
Right? Exactly, right. And I'm sure Vox had insurance of some kind, right? So, you get a rebuild it, right?
Insurance? We
Okay,
didn't have
so
paperwork until a couple days ago.
okay, well, you never know. Vox might have had insurance and you didn't know about it. And even if not, fuck it. We'll do some fundraisers. It's gonna be okay. It's the community center. The community's gonna come together, man.
So it always comes together. You know that. We're fucking grapeseed.
I can't believe how fast the cops got here. I was actually shocked.
Poor Daniel.
Up here, like, wow, there's actually a response.
Oh, Daniel, poor Daniel. Oh.
So this has been great. I love this shit. I don't love the fact that it caught on fire, but I like the fact that they're super fast.
I mean, it would have been worse if they hadn't gotten here.
Okay, I gotta go to the casino.
Oh.
Should be taking the day off, but
Rezzy.
Yeah.
Oh, poor Daniel.
we can.
It's gonna be okay.
Oh, poor Daniel.
Yes, Daniel.
This is why you're supervisor, man. What they talked about promoting you today, and I was like, yeah. I'm gonna speed track that.
Hey, we're gonna start heading to court.
Oh,
Verdict
fuck
is in
you.
30 minutes.
Oh, fuck yeah. We need to get down there.
Yeah, we'll be there.
Yeah, we'll be there.
The big.
Well, missed Callum's thing, I guess, but this was way more insane.
Over,
It's so.
I mean, we had shit.
Every-
We
Yeah,
had
I'll
shit
be
to
there.
deal with. You
Yeah,
understand?
no, I know. I hope he does.
I'm gonna head down there, okay?
You know he's gonna be like, why didn't
Yeah,
y'all
I'll
come?
meet
Or
you
he'll be
down
like,
there.
because the community center was on fire, Callum, that's why.
What's Jover?
Not Jover. Not Jover. Not
What
yet.
is Jover? He said it's over. He still hasn't told me what's Jover.
Everything, the bar, the food trucks,
No,
it's
it's
all
fine.
gone.
Daniel,
They're
it'll be
gonna
okay.
renovate it. It's gonna be
It's fine,
renovated.
it's okay.
Don't worry.
It'll be cool.
It'll be fine. Everything's gonna be fine.
Daniel, it's an unfortunate accident, but see it as an opportunity. You and Vox can renovate and make it even cooler.
Yeah, exactly.
You can make it an even cooler community center.
Hey, you know what? Fuck that dartboard and
Yeah,
like.
fuck that
you know
dartboard.
what?
But get
Yeah,
a
fuck the dartboard.
Wait,
You
did
know,
they
see?
did they return it or no?
No,
Actually
they
don't
have
know.
it, but we have to get a new one.
That's I'm calling
I'm
aliens.
sure Vox was
you're
smart
not.
enough to have
That's it.
insurance.
Oh, Daniel,
on
don't call the Hellions. Ooh.
Oh. He said nah.
It's gonna be okay, man. Feel your feelings, though.
You'll be
But,
alright.
Can Rezzy,
Hey,
do you want to
Daniel.
do it or should I do it? 'Cause
Hello.
We need to get a tow truck here to move that truck. It is a fire
I'll call
hazard
him.
still.
What's up?
And maybe get some mechanics out here
Daniel,
to.
I think you should go back to the casino and relax. Let me handle
Oh, I
this
let
because I was here.
I let Mona handle all of that.
Oh, okay.
I'm chilling. Like
Oh, okay.
everything on my end's good. I'm
Okay,
just
then-
worried about the bar, man.
Then I don't need to go down there.
No.
You know what?
Yeah,
I'm fine
no,
with
you're
not
chilling.
making, I'm
It's
fine
fine.
with not making money today. That's okay. I'm more worried about fucking.
Okay, well, if things are handled up here, Ray and I are gonna head down to the city so we can go to court and be with
Yeah,
Lola and
I might
Liam.
have to do that too.
We're
Yeah, we're probably gonna do that soon.
Alright.
Yeah, I'll stick around.
We
with
will-
Jay for a little bit.
We will see y'all down there then.
No, you could go. I'm gonna crawl under this track.
Oh, there's your car. Jesus. I was wondering. I was wondering where your car was. I was like, oh wait.
I moved it just in case.
Yeah, that's smart, my love.
I was riding from the white truck. I think if that black truck goes boom, so does the white truck,
Yep.
so does my car.
So does everything around it, yeah. Yeah, no.
Wasn't gonna make my day anyway.
Yeah, no, I was sitting there for a second. I went, wait, where's Ray's car? But then I was like, you know what? If he hasn't thought about that yet and it's on fire, I don't want him to react and see it until we need to deal with it. I was like, okay. Glad you moved it. Thank God.
Yeah, that was eventful.
That was something. Yeah. Huh. I've seen fires before. I've never seen one spread that fucking fast. And yes, I know it's a wooden building, but still.
I mean, that's my only explanation for it. It's a wooden building.
I guess, yeah. I guess if this truck had been farther away, it probably would have caught, but... Yeah, I don't know what the fuck happened to the truck. That was weird.
Yeah, it really was.
Super fucking weird. But, I mean, I don't know. It's out now.
Oh.
Thankfully.
Yep.
Whee! Ooh! That was good.
Master driver.
You are. You really are, babe. Holy shit. There's a bicycle inside. And a person. Oh. Oh, okay. Oh, somebody's on duty. Cool, so I can't buy food. Awesome. Hello?
Yo.
Hello?
People want food.
Okay, well, no one's here.
Hello.
Oh, no one's here. It's not Daniel and Twinsta saying it's so over. God damn it, Daniel. It's so over. It's not, buddy. Why did that shit play out like an episode of regular show?
Alright, we'll get food in the city, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. Oh, his headlight's out. Fuck. Oh, I can't even film it because his headlight is out because the headlights are cursed.
Well, I think I see a Lola and Liam.
Oh, yeah?
Well, it's a blue car being escorted by bikes.
Yep. I'm glad they're doing that for them.
Mm-hmm.
As Liam desperately tries not to run over the bikers.
Mm-hmm.
I'd rather not go to court at a fucking tube top, but we're a little late.
Weet je wel dat theeteken?
Mm. A different route, I guess.
Yeah, I guess so. I mean, we gotta swing by Open Adam anyways to, you know, buy some food for the kid.
Took a nap on our couch.
Ooh, very nice.
Yeah, I opened the blinds while I was in the sun. It was really nice.
Eating out of the park.
Like a lizard. Or a reptile, I guess. I don't know. The cleaner's like down there.
Oh, there's people working apparently.
Yeah, they're all outside.
Hello?
Hello?
You got customers?
I'd like to buy things, please. There's a guy out back smoking, I think. He's definitely not gross.
Hello?
I don't know.
How you get money if you handing shit off to us?
I mean, me and my money. I'm just handing out the small stuff, man.
Oh. Hello. I mean, I kind of don't know what you mean, but sure.
Yep, literally just people in the back smoking, not doing their job.
Yep.
Tammy, I guess. That's her name is.
Because why the fuck would you do your job?
No, right? It's crazy. Couldn't be me. Whee! Ooh, perfect, actually. 'Cause I need to walk down here real quick. I will be right back. I will not go to court in a fucking tube top. I refuse. Where the fuck is it? There it is. Huh? Bro. What? Bro. Literally just had it on. Where the fuck is it? Bro, I just had it on. What? There it is. Motherfucker. Motherfucker. Gonna lose my mind. I was trying to be quick, and now I'm not being quick, and it's pissing me off. It's making me mad. It's gonna annoy Ray, so I need to go quicker. Alright, here you go. Well, my arms are fucked, but it's fine. Hello.
Hi.
My arms are totally fucked, I just realized, but whatever.
In the glove box.
Ooh. Oh, thanks, babe. You're the best.
You know it.
Mm-hmm.
Alright, I'll be right back.
Okay. Well, I'm gonna fix my arms real quick while you're doing something.
Okay. Yep. I'm just
Because,
gonna change my outfit.
yeah, because my arms are totally fucked. Well, hopefully that's better. Nope, not better, but I just don't care. Fuck it. Who cares? I refuse to go to court in a tank top, especially when it's something super serious.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's kind of why I go in the sweater and not in my biker cut.
I mean, your outfit really isn't that bad, my love. It's pretty formal still. Maybe if you wear the full jacket and not the short sleeves, but you know. Harvey. Yo, Harvey fucking blended in earlier. That was weird as hell.
Yeah, I legit did not see him until Wesley pointed it out.
It was like an I Spy. I was like, oh, there he is. The fuck?
I spy with my little eye.
Is it concrete?
Free parking.
Yeah, free parking. Free parking. Woohoo! Let's go.
Yeah, it's the short walk.
It's a short walk, yeah. A lot shorter this time because we're not actually walking like last time.
True.
So it's actually a short walk this time. I am speed. I'm fast as fuck, boy. I'm fast as fuck. Jump all you want. I'm fast as hell.
Yeah.
I don't know why I'm so fast. I'm gonna be honest. I have no clue.
Because I'm big.
No, you're not.
Oh, so I'm not muscular and well built. I see how it
No, you are. I thought you were calling yourself fat. I was like, no, you're not. You're my big.
I'm big.
My big muscly boy. Yes, you are. That's why I can only throw you over my shoulder. I can't pick you up because you're heavy.
Thankfully,
I made
was
it.
able to negotiate for my safety. They let me go without preventing my ability to be here today. They just took my firearm, and in exchange, I had to give them a 5-minute head start before I reported it. So, yeah, we're fine.
Okay.
Hello.
Are they frisking for weapons tonight? Or
Probably
what's
not.
going on?
Probably not. Because I don't know if you know, but the last time that they tried to do that during the court case, it didn't go so well. They had too many people bitch and complain.
Yeah.
They didn't have enough people to really enforce it.
I don't get why people bitch and complain about that. If the government says no weapons allowed inside, it's no weapons allowed inside.
Yep.
Yeah, you would think that that's something that would kind of make sense, especially considering that building is the inside, like the main lobby is technically public property, but the courtroom is able to be locked and restricted. So, yeah,
I feel like
how
no
I feel
weapons.
about it.
Yeah, I feel like no weapons in a courtroom should just be a thing, anyways.
Correct. Yeah,
yep.
Absolutely. It honestly, in my early days when I was just starting and doing the paralegal thing, it was. You were not allowed to have weapons in the courtroom, and if you found if you had a weapon, you would definitely get some shit. I don't really know what happened.
Metal detectors at the entrance or something.
Yeah.
Saves the manpower for frisking, and I mean, if it goes off, you just not detain him, but take him to the side and are like, all right, we'll have to frisk you.
Yeah. While I don't really think that the only person I really feel that is in safety of is the defendant, and that's the only reason why I'm trying to get them to just protect him, because I want him to at least make it through this verdict. We'll see what happens, but I'm fully aware that if the judge finds him not guilty, there's been way too many people whispering in my ear, or that I've overheard of people planning to take things into their own hands.
Oh, I will.
I don't feel like having any weapons around during this thing is a good idea.
Okay. Hi, Harvey.
Hi, Lola.
Hey, Harvey.
Yes, Lamb.
No, I said, hey, Harvey.
Oh, hi, Lamb.
Sorry, was that how you doing, or I'm out of it?
Yeah, how you doing?
Been a
Doing.
long few days.
It's about to be done soon. To get closure.
Yep, and then we get the fuck out of here for a few days.
I think my main issue that I'm starting to have right now is I'm needing people to keep their fucking opinions to themselves. Sorry, I'm getting text messages from people left and right about people opening their fucking mouths and talking shit.
Who's text messaging you?
I'm not going to tell you that. I'm not going to tell you who it's about. But what I will tell you is that if people want to critique others' work, then they need to step the fuck up and do the job.
Yep.
If they don't want to do the job, then step the fuck off.
So just tell them that. Say,
I have multiple times. I got real down and out after this court case the other day. And what I will tell everybody is I put my entire effort, and any weakness anybody saw was just my lack of experience or still need to learn as a lawyer.
That's fine. You did as good as you can do, Rowan. And that's
You did the
all that
best
matters.
you can do, and that's all anyone can ask. That's all I ever asked,
Yep,
and you did
exactly.
it. So I've got nothing.
We know how much effort you've
yeah.
put in there, and
Exactly.
it's tremendous.
Well, I appreciate that. But
You should probably
I hope not to fail you guys.
Yep. Alright, let's start heading inside.
Yeah.
Okay. Probably gonna Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
Oh,
there you go. Got
okay,
you.
Fine. Yep.
We got you. We got you. We got you. You're in. You're in. I can do it again. Probably not. Oh, nope. Oh, there you go.
Constant griefing.
Why are there chicken feathers and chicken bones here? Okay, they were up in Toledo too. What's up with this? Is this witchery? Is it witchery?
Stop holding her hand.
Is it okay if I back into the corner again?
Let me move. I'm in the way. Hi.
Hello. Oh, I hope Ty Slaughter's not here. I did hang up on him.
Let me pop over here.
Hey, you did a good job last time, by the way.
Good time, man.
Oh God. Oh God. Oh. Now it
Oh, I was just waiting on you. Oh.
Mm-hmm. I got missed on the way in.
Oh.
Well, it's too late. I mean, there's a lot of people in here already.
Ew, there's bird stuff on that back seat. The fuck?
Yeah, it's too short notice. Well, it's already filling out.
There's not Ty Slaughter down there, is it? Is that?
It's up to you, though.
The one that one down there? Oh God. Okay, let me hide behind this pillar. Maybe he won't see me.
Jan, I just want to take a minute to thank you for your diligence and time and effort. I see the time you
This
put
poor
into this. And I
judge
do
has just
appreciate it.
been so.
Yeah, he does look a little bit disheveled.
He's smoking for the first time in 30
Maybe he's going for that scruffy looking look, you know?
Definitely took a toll on him.
Also, who's the guy that like watches the stairs?
That's why I literally was like, I am not.
Oh. Oh, okay.
Do we want to be up on the balcony or do we want to sit down here?
Katie, come sit with us.
Any weird questions?
Katie, come sit with us.
I'm gonna lie, it would be better if I'm in the balcony.
Probably
Like,
for you, yes.
asking me what my favorite flower is and then asking me what my best dream I ever had.
I'll move down. I'll move down. Easy.
There we go.
It's a cute sweater, by the way.
Oh, thank you.
How's it going, Sinclair?
It's going. How are you?
Easy.
Excuse
me.
Oh,
Yeah, go ahead.
I'm just being scooted around everywhere.
It's okay.
If you all
That's
want
the
to go
joy
to a
of being
betting
in
game
here.
to play during the reading of this verdict, you can play over or under on the number of cigarettes left on my desk by the time this reading is over.
Oh, Jesus
Right
fucking
now,
Christ.
the number is 2.
Jesus Christ.
Can we take
This
bets on
poor
how long
judge.
the deliberation, or I'm sorry, the verdict will take?
No!
Why not?
Lit, shut up, please.
Yeah, literally, shut up.
This poor judge. Oh my
I
God.
dare you to do it. Come on.
I love
Can I
you.
ask how many
I think we're all just on the edge.
I'm gonna be frisky.
I get you, I get you.
We already been frisked when we walked in.
He's already been.
You know what? No.
I did.
No, you may not.
I'm just gonna really quickly do it again, okay?
How dare you?
Yeah, I have a knife
I
on me. I'm
go
gonna go get rid of it because I don't need it. Excuse me.
However much you want.
I got my money.
Give me 1 second. You're going to have to go put up that call.
Hello.
Yeah, thank
If you have any firearms, just you point into your vehicles. Push the praise on you.
It is me, Justice.
Mama.
Oh, hey, what's up?
Excuse me. Hi, Justice.
Sorry, I'm just putting
Yeah, that's what I'm doing too. I just don't care.
What?
Yeah, just frisk me.
Hey, Captain.
You wanna frisk me?
Yeah.
Wait, hold on.
Okay.
Huh?
Wait, she has
You win.
2 syringes, but she's a doctor.
My court's outfit.
This is your court outfit.
You wanna frisk me?
For the
You look.
appeal, though.
And you're driving a Buffalo here.
Hey, can someone frisk me, please?
Yeah, sorry.
Thank
How do you know what I was driving?
Excuse me, because I know what a car sounds like. Just turn around real quick.
You didn't
Yep.
dress up for the appeal. That makes me feel. Sorry.
All right,
You sound like
can
you're
go
on the
now.
radio to me.
Oh.
Who?
Gammon.
Yeah, what's up?
Hey, you thought I was gonna give you contempt?
Oh, I need. Yep, I got you.
Hello.
Oh, let me make sure I
This
didn't.
is very awkward.
Let me make sure I put everything away before I clocked off. Yep, I did. Alright, we're good.
I'm just looking for weapons. Yeah,
You want to try to
no
squeeze
throwing
him in, or you
cups.
want to sit back there?
No throwing cups.
I want to sit back here.
Okay. Hi, Dr. Green.
I am.
What the heck?
Okay, are you okay, baby?
I'm okay.
Scared me, okay.
It's just 15 hours. It's okay.
Lord, have
Oh, Dr. Green, this is Ray. This one I was telling you about.
yeah, I know. It took me a long, but I'm glad to see y'all together. That son, I want to just run him there and fuck him.
Oh, no, I do too. I get you. Don't worry.
He's trying to destroy me. You heard the whole
Yes, I
thing.
did. Justice will be served. Don't worry.
I think I'm gonna go up to the balcony. I feel like that's a better option for me right now.
Bye, Katie. Have fun.
Yeah, baby.
You get the good view.
Yeah, it's a good view. Up there.
Okay, honey.
The balcony was so nice. Oh, it's a fireman.
Okay.
Mark the fire guy.
Back home.
Me and you here.
I'm supposed to be here.
Sorry.
So you're not gonna be there at the thing tomorrow either.
I don't know. Kieran might have to be
firefighter is this?
You know, Theo.
Mark.
Theo's
Oh, no,
gonna
Mark.
be there for
It's Mark. We love Mark.
I can't tell with the hat.
I can't tell it's Mark with
My
that
thing
hat.
tomorrow night, young man. You know it's every Saturday night. You need to be
No,
rested.
remind me. I gotta take mine off.
The minute you get over, go to bed. You hear me? Minute. Second later.
All right, if you're coming to the verdict, please mark yourselves 10-6.
KB.
Chat, I'm gonna go use the bathroom real quick. I'll be right back.
This smug ass. He said,
Hey. Q. Or not. I'm so used to being 10-6.
You.
Hey, honey.
Proud of you.
Thank you.
Have they been deliberating long?
2 days.
2 days.
Supreme Justice Joy isn't looking too good. Never seen him like that.
He's got that Ben Affleck smoking meme vibe going on.
He does.
This is Mercy.
Mines is downstairs. Would you like to go?
Hey.
The question is it us that made him smoke or is it Steven?
I mean, the evidence.
Roland, it was definitely
Wager
you.
the latter.
Mm-hmm.
Good.
hey, sweetheart.
Good. All right. I just
like
didn't
the
want to
big
take that
photo.
one. I'll take the win on the delayed verdict.
Okay.
I didn't want
My God.
I didn't want to be the man responsible for.
I didn't hear anything you just said.
I'm honored.
I am here.
Oh, I'm here. I'm with Justice
Hey.
Nora. She, yeah.
Okay.
Maybe there tomorrow?
Yeah. Just text it to me.
Okay. All right.
Nicole, what? You're so close to this other person.
Okay. Thank you. I see you when you get here. Yeah, I'm good. This mother just looking at this motherfucker standing there.
Plus, I have, obligations.
Go right there.
Until like 5.
Yeah, he's been
It's
through.
Friday.
That's all I'm gonna say.
All right. Is everyone who needs to be here or wants to be here?
Man, he's talking now.
On the state
What
side, I
am I
believe it
missing?
is you.
No,
Your
Judge.
Honor.
Yeah, I gotta get off the
Defense
phone.
is here, Your Honor.
All right.
Son of a bitch.
Alright, here we go, chat.
So I thought long
Here we
and hard
go.
about how the hell I wanted to do this, given the mountain of evidence that I was provided with. So I'm going to start off with a timeline reconstructed from all 63 reports that were entered into evidence, noting the ones that were struck by pretrial motions, and then I'm going to do all the other shit. So, I had to stay up for 2 nights piecing all this stuff together, so now y'all get to hear it. We begin this tale on the 15th of March with report
This poor judge.
8906, when EMS Shea Williams finds an unidentified John Doe in a ravine by the Palmer Taylor Power Station. Jonathan Mowberry, coincidentally, had been passing by on a motorcycle and offered to chase off a nearby mountain lion so that Miss Williams could go and haul this guy out of the ravine and give him basic medical care. At the time, he was unconscious and he was covered in dried vomit. He was transported to Mount Zona after basic medical treatment. Whilst at the hospital, the injuries sustained to this John Doe were a sins of the father carved into his chest. His fingernails and his toenails were removed. The bottoms of his feet were mangled. He had needle marks and cigarette burns on his upper arms. His nose was broken, his right orbital was fractured, and his mouth was swollen. A toxicology report also found traces of heroin in his system.
Or they just look really cute.
Then Officer Keller was called to the hospital to try and identify this John Doe, and based on the fingerprints taken from him, he was identified as Mr. Alexander, our defendant, standing right over there over there. Anyway, fast forward, March 16th, Mr. Alexander wakes up. EMS Emily Clark notifies Officer Keller that Mr. Alexander has awoken, and Mr. Alexander begins to tell Miss Keller a story about how he was involved in cult activity back in the old country of Canada. He tells a story about he was on a date in Edmonton on March 10th with a woman named Lisa. Notable characteristics of red hair, hazel eyes, emerald dress, sultry Scottish accent, etc., etc., etc. She gave him a drink, he drank it, started to feel woozy, got kidnapped by men. Lisa apparently was the one who carved sins of the father onto his chest and put out the cigarettes on his arms. Mentioned that they were family members of past victims of his cult and that they went after him because they thought he was still in the cult. He says he floated in and out of consciousness and thinks they injected him with something whilst doing so. And then he briefly talks about this Joseph Alexander fellow who came to Los Santos back in the 80s, who we will be hearing about later on in this verdict. He also talks about his family history, about how he was taken by this cult at a young age, how he was made to suffer to become strong, how the cult had a father, and how he met this Joseph Alexander back in the day. He also talks about the 5 trials of this cult, because you see, this man's very, very chatty when it comes to anything to do with his little cult past, whatever. He also mentions that he had the word pride carved in his left rib, which was also notated in his injury report, etc., etc. So, trial number 1, survival. You're put in a high-risk situation with a high chance of death to test your will to live. Apparently he was put in the most common one, which is where you're not allowed to eat or drink for 3 days, and then you're hucked into the woods with a map and a compass and told to walk to a certain point 100 kilometers away, and that he did this with a boy named Robert who presumably died. And he talks about trial number 2, wearing the sin on your body, where one of the 7 deadly sins is carved into your flesh, and then they have a big feast and a celebration about it, because, you know, why not? I guess that's just sort of the cult MO. You carve words into people's flesh, and then you celebrate about it. Why not? Then we've got trial number 3, wash away your sin. They drown you in a river until you stop moving, then they wait to see if you cough up water, and if you do, then they cross out the sin on your body. I guess it's some sort of purification ritual. It seems a little bit self-serving considering they carve the sin onto your body and then drown you and then remove the sin that they carved into your body in the first place, but I digress, cults generally don't make sense. Then we have trial 4, where you're supposed to find your tree. So in this version of trial 4, Mr. Alexander states that they had a big cherry blossom tree at their little cult camp, and they carved their names into it, and they used to make sacrifices to it, usually small animals, but sometimes mountain lions if they were lucky, and he himself sacrificed between 3 and 5 mountain lions. Last trial 5. Bring someone into the fold, where you're supposed to induct a new person into the cult, because how else are, crazy fucking cults supposed to get more people? Obviously, they have to get their crazy fucking cult people to go out and find new people in order to bring into the crazy fucking cult, or else everybody in the crazy fucking cult will die out. Anyway, he says that he found an 8-year-old girl named Emily camping with a family. The family died, says he didn't do it. And then he talks about how his own family died in front of him and how Emily killed a dad, blah, 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 blah. Spoiler alert, the exact substance of the 5 trials is going to change throughout every retelling that Mr. Alexander states. Most of the details will remain fairly consistent, but little minor things here and there will change. More on that later. Moving on to March 17th. This is when Dr. Patrick January performs his first psychiatric evaluation of Mr. Alexander. This comes from report 9288. It was dated March 19th, but the eval, according to other reports, actually occurred on the 17th. Ultimately, Patrick January concludes that Mr. Alexander is not mentally well. He notes that Mr. Alexander likes to fish for information for people he thinks are vulnerable. He notes that he's compartmentalized his violent actions, and the torture that he sustained has, quote, opened the box and manifested as post-traumatic stress disorder. He notes that Mr. Alexander likes sunsets, and he asks January during that examination where his favorite place to watch the sunset is. He notes that Mr. Alexander loves to control situations and will feign stupidity or injury in order to do so. He notes that Mr. Alexander was set to become the next father, which, spoiler alert, that's the leader of their weird little cult. Whoever it is, they just call him the father. Man, woman, doesn't matter. And then he notes that Mr. Alexander was caught off guard upon the mention of Joseph Alexander, which to me sounds a little weird because Mr. Alexander referenced Joseph himself when he talked to Keller, so the fact that he would feign surprise at Joseph coming up when talking with January not even a day later is a little bit odd. More on that later. March 20th, Mr. Alexander is discharged from the hospital by Dr. Randall Gemma, goes to the DMV and gets a driver's license. Fast forward all the way to March 27th. This is the evaluation in which Dr. Green evaluated Mr. Alexander. The contents of the report
I just noticed Tammy flipping him off in the corner. Jesus Christ, Tammy.
I don't even remember why it was struck, but it was struck in pre-trial motions.
And Tammy's like, fuck this guy.
March 28th.
Why is he blonde?
He goes and he gets a weapons license and a hunting license from the DMV. Fast forward again to April 9th. See, not a whole lot of stuff happens in the early days, but then it starts picking up around late April. But we gotta get through the boring shit first. April 9th. This is when the police open their initial investigation into Mr. Alexander and the cult. The notes from the officer who wrote this report after reviewing the psychiatric evaluation performed by Dr. January notes that Mr. Alexander is self-absorbed, tries to learn as much information as he can and gives very little in return, plays dumb and innocent in order to mislead people, likes to shake people with graphic depictions of physical violence, loves to fish for information, loves to test people, and his personality and thought processes are similar to what is described in a journal. And what this journal is referring to is something called the Blood Tree Book, which is the personal journal of Joseph Alexander that he wrote back in 1985, blah, blah, blah. We're gonna later.
This poor fucking judge, man. He's been fucking disheveled.
This report also noted that Mr. Alexander's dad forced him to choose his favorite child, and his dad chose his sister, so the cult killed his sister and his mother. That Mr. Alexander's dad died as well, and that the cult took Mr. Alexander and 4 other kids to go undergo trials. Talks about the pain game, which we heard testimony about. That's just a stupid fucking game where they put someone in the center and then they beat them with sticks until they flinch. And then if they flinch, the person who beat them with the stick gets to take their place. I don't know why anyone would willingly play this fucking game, considering it seems easy. You just flinch upon the first hit, and then you get to be the one beating the person instead of the one being beaten. But again, cult logic. This report notes that the cult would kill animals and eat their hearts. The higher on the food chain the animal was, the more power they believed it would come of it, rather. Deer were the most popular animal to pick from, and apparently the cult had some practice whether it would reward or punish you for your sacrifices with giving you or taking away weapons for you to go hunt these creatures to perform your, ritual sacrifices or whatever fucking dumb shit they're up to up there. Also noted, again, the characteristics of this Lisa fellow, that she had a, quote, strong face, red hair, Scottish accent, and also the characteristics of the torture room to which Mr. Alexander was interviewed about, that there was city traffic sounds, it was in a quiet area, there was music from a stereo playing, rose perfume, it was possibly outside the city, and I guess one of the officers went around and noted 7 potential buildings in the city of Los Santos to where, or rather the state of San Andreas, not the city, it was outside the city, to where Mr. Alexander could have feasibly been tortured by this Lisa person and her goons. 2 of these locations will come up later. Fast forward again to April 13th. This comes back from Report 8992. Apparently, Officer Keller gets angry at Mr. Alexander for contacting Tallulah Pavlov, who is the assistant to the Attorney General. After Mr. Alexander confesses to her that he reached out to Miss Tallulah. Whilst this seems inconsequential, this is actually notable for something later. Then we get to the meat and potatoes, April 29th. So, 13704 was a phone subpoena for 24 hours of Izzy Abbott's phone records, which was filed on the 30th, in which a text from a number 424-582-1622 on 429 says, "Do not go to bed yet. It is time. I am coming to pick you up." This comes 8 minutes after Izzy Abbott texted Daniel O'Shea, her then boyfriend, to stay safe, and she appreciates all the time that they spend together. From Report 8992, there were also previous texts from Izzy Abbott that were provided, where she mentions to Daniel O'Shea that she's been low on energy and has just made a new friend. Then we get 30th. This is the day that Izzy Abbott's body was found dead at a barn off Union Road. This comes from Report 13687. The scene had a high heel print, there was red synthetic hair found on a shelf, and "I once was lost" was written in blood on the barn door. This scene was actually building number 6 out of the 7 that were previously identified on April 9th as possible torture spots. The medical report of Izzy Abbott's injuries, 13689, the autopsy was performed that day, April 30th, noted that she was crying prior to her death. There was a shallow but deliberate cut in her left side, that the soles of her feet were mangled, that she was suffering from severe dehydration and malnutrition, and that her heart and lungs were overexerted. 13704. It is also the day that the phone record subpoena was requested, which returned records from the previous day, April 29th. Then we skip forward again to May 2. This is when Daniel O'Shea notifies Officer Keller about Izzy Abbott's death, and also provides the text conversations that he had with Izzy Abbott prior to her disappearance from April 29th to Officer Keller. Then we skip forward nearly 3 weeks to May 21st. This comes again from Report 8992. Now, Agent Keller and Deputy Director Strongrock, they find a trail of pink flowers at the FIB building that lead back to a patio in that little square there where the FIB and the IAA building are, with those who walk the path do so of their own free will. I once was lost. Sometimes the best thing to do is walk away, and pride written on a wall there. And if that sounds familiar from some of the trial testimony that we've heard, it'll be familiar to those of you who did not hear all that shit. Let me put this up here for a minute. There we are. Look at that.
Oh my god.
Skipping ahead to May 23rd, this is the first psychiatric session between Mr. Alexander and Dr. Hayabusa. This comes from report 19592. The date of this report is actually sometime in, I believe, late June or early July. I believe late June, because these reports originally were listed as regular psychiatric reports, but then were migrated to a different section of report reserved for the medical director. Thankfully, the medical director had the foresight to list the original day of the report on all these reports so that an accurate timeline could be constructed. Good job. So, in this session, he talks about how he was introduced into the cult. Same story as before. He's out camping and the cult comes, makes his dad pick a kid, dad picks sister, they kill his sister and his mom. But the story changes. In this version of events,
Nerd!
The cult convinced Mr. Alexander
Dave, that's fucked
to
up.
stab and kill his own
How was the
father.
wine night? How you doing, buddy?
Other than that singular detail, the story is consistent with the April 9 notes about the March 17th session with Dr.
You know what, just for that, Dave.
And also the March 16th questioning by Officer Keller. In this report, he also talks about it being a doomsday cult with trials. He talks about the pain game. Long story short, this cult thinks that we're all
a bit tipsy.
sinners,
Oh my
and the
God.
only way that we'll survive
Well, I just texted Lou and called him a nerd,
coming
so.
cleansing
Let's
is
get-
if we suffer lots of pain to,
Oh, wish I
to
could have a
make
drink.
us stronger.
I might, honestly, before I go to
And
bed.
then
Like a
we'll-
small
we'll
one.
have the
I don't
strength
know.
to weather
Just mine.
whatever fucking doomsday bullshit they've been spouting
So
on
toxic?
for at least since 1985, probably longer than that. He talks about his date with Lisa in Canada.
Hope you're
and his
doing
kidnapping
good. I'm
plus
doing
his
alright.
torture. The story is basically
Danny's not
identical
doing
to the
okay
one that he
with
gave
all
on
this
March
shit.
16th to Officer Keller. Then he also talks about how he loved a woman named Deborah who he brought into the cult, and apparently you're not supposed to show affection in this cult, so they kept it on the down low, but then someone found out, and so Mr. Alexander was punished by being whipped a bunch. Deborah was tied to a pole for days, died of exposure, and went blind. This was apparently 5 years ago. More on this later.
Common theme. More on this later.
Skipping ahead to May 27th, this is the second therapy session with Dr. Hayabusa. This is also when
both.
Dr. Hayabusa was given the Journal of Joseph Alexander, i.e.
I gave
blood
myself
treatment by Officer
10
Keller.
freebies for when
This comes from
Danny,
report 19593.
on the day Danny got her head injury. I gave
Mr.
myself
Alexander
10
talks
freebies
about
to get knocked
someone
over because it's no
Robert
pixel.
dying
People,
in his
or it's not no
trials.
pixel. It's
That's
Onyx.
consistent
It's
with the
RP.
March 16th
People get knocked over a
statements
lot,
that he
right?
gave to
My
Keller.
friends at least knock me over
Talks
a lot.
about eating
I gave
hearts
myself
and
10
how they use
chances,
violence to
10
keep
freebies
people
before it became an
alive, and
actual
how they
medical
give
issue.
everyone the name
And last night Resi
Alexander, and
fucking
they
tackled
force
me because he
people to
forgot.
hurt people close to
So
them as punishment.
now Danny has a headache that hasn't stopped.
We haven't gotten to the journal
But she hasn't
yet,
really
but
talked
this
about
is
it
also
much.
consistent with the exact same methodology that was spoken about with
The Steven Alexander thing did not help
Joseph
last night.
Alexander in his
Danny
own
had an awful
journal.
fucking night yesterday because of the Steven
And then he
Alexander
talks
stuff.
about the 5 trials.
Danny got in the car with Ray
In
and me
this
started
retelling
sobbing.
of trial
Went
number
home,
1,
cried on him all night till she passed out, and then
there's
woke up
no
in the middle of the night and
information
vomited
on where
because
to
she
go
only
or
ate
how
stuff from the vending machine all
far.
day. Because she was
Robert
here
gave
from the
up on
beginning to the
day
end.
8 instead of day 5.
She was like, I'm here for
Mr.
Lola and I'm not
Alexander
leaving until this is
says he
over.
killed Robert, drank his blood, and ate Robert's heart. And
Danny
that
last
he
night during the
got to
trial
a
was so
field and
upset
saw
while
people he
Lola was on the
recognized.
stand
In
that she
version
dug
he
her
gave to
acrylic nails
Keller,
into her
Robert
hands so
gave
hard
up
that
on
they
day
started bleeding.
5. There was no mention of
So
how Robert
Ray was really
died,
upset because her hands were
and
bleeding.
he passed out in a field and was awoken by water dumped on him. So
We love
the
roleplay, man.
story
It's so
of
fun.
Trial 1
It really is. I'm being genuine when I
has
say that.
undergone its first
This has been super interesting.
change.
Hopefully
Trial
the
2 was basically identical.
Oh no's, yeah.
Trial 3.
Hopefully the guy who
in
plays
this
Steven can come
retelling,
back after
rather than
this
just
and
leaving
like
you on the shore and waiting to see if you cough
have
up
a character
water
that's
on
just
your
normal
own.
and can vibe.
They actually
You know?
perform CPR on you on the shore.
Hopefully he's
see
able to
if
come
they
back
can
and just chill
resuscitate
and be
you.
a cool dude and vibe.
Otherwise,
And have
it's
fun and
basically
not have to do
same
the
shit.
serious
They hold
RP all
you
the
under
time.
the water, they drown you, and then they see if you live. Trial number 4. In this
Danny, a good friend?
retelling,
Yeah. Danny loves Lola a lot, so.
So when he
And
talked
I
to
know
Keller,
Lola
he
from
made it
NoPixel.
out
She
that
and I
it's more just a
she and I were in Green
practice,
County together.
the
We
cult
just knew each other in
kinda goes
passing.
out and then they
We never
hunt
were really
animals, and
close.
they just kind of
So it's cool that he
sacrifice
see
them
her.
to tree, like, just cuz. In this retelling of Trial 4, it's actually it's an actual trial where you are required to go and find some dangerous animal to sacrifice to the tree and eat its heart. So we've gone from just a general routine practice of the cult
Neon
to
Girl.
an
I have
actual
not heard that
trial
yet.
that all inductees must enact. Then last but not least, we get to Trial 5. In this retelling of Trial 5, it's completely fucking different than when he told Miss Keller. In this retelling, he says he found someone homeless to bring in, and that when he would go out recruiting, he would typically
Effing love that
look
song. You can
for,
swear in my chat.
addicts, homeless people.
I also effing love it
those
too.
that are destitute and down bad.
I think I've heard a
etc.
snippet
As a
of it.
reminder, in his version that he gave to Keller,
I feel like I've
he
definitely
found an
heard a little
8-year-old
bit of it,
girl camping
probably.
with her family named Emily. The
I hear
cult
so
killed
much
the
shit from like
family, and then
Callum
he took
too.
Emily into,
It's really fun. It's so fun being friends with people who are musicians.
He also talks about how he left the cult after Deborah died in mid-July when he was 18. He went to school and the cult never came for him. This sounds like complete and utter bullshit, given that this is a cult that rigidly keeps its
Heard it somewhere
members
between now
in
and
line
then.
with physical
Bruh.
violence and to make sure that everyone strays the path. It would be wholly uncharacteristic, just based off what we know by May 27th, that the cult would just let someone escape consequence-free
It
and
makes me
not
fucking
go
laugh.
after them.
Stop.
Once we hear a lot of
between now
further
and then.
details about about this cult down the line, it will become even more apparent that this is complete and utter bullshit. But moving on. Notably
You're a dweeb.
in this session, he also says
Hey
his
chat, do you guys know
sister's
Dave is like a
name
dweeb?
is Emily, the
Huge
sister
dweeb
that
here.
his dad picked and that the cult killed. Emily is a common name. Maybe the little girl that he inducted into the cult was also named Emily. Maybe his sister was. Or maybe Emily is just a name he digs up for a story that he makes up on the fly and tinkers based
That's me,
on
Super
which
Dweeb
viewer
84.
he's talking to in order to maximize the amount of sympathy
Oh my
that is
fucking
given
God,
to
Dave.
him over his cruel, traumatic past. Who the fuck knows at this point?
This judge is so tired. He's so done. He's like, I want to go fuck to sleep forever.
Also, I guess, somewhat noteworthy, in the Journal of Joseph Alexander, one of the children that Joseph had to go back and discipline back in Canada was also named Emily. We'll delve into this a little bit later. There's 4 fucking kids. He decided to go back and needed to teach one of them
You going
a
to
lesson.
bed? Oh my
One of those
God,
kids
go
was Emily,
bed.
etc. He
Night,
also
Dave.
testifies,
See
but
you
he
later.
says in his session here that Mr. Alexander is 24 years old,
Have fun
which doesn't quite match up
being
because he says
wine
that he left the
hungover
cult at
in the morning.
18
Always
after
fun.
Deborah had already been punished, but he says Deborah
Bye.
was punished 5 years ago, which since it's
Hey,
2024,
Ginger, quit
he
that
would
right
have been
now.
19
Stop
at the
it.
time Deborah was
You can't be under my
punished.
desk, you know that.
So his age,
I know it.
when Deborah was punished, when he left the cult, one of these things doesn't line up. The math does not work out. And as we will later find out, there is a reason for that. This visit, he says that he is also going on a nature retreat, which I cannot put enough air quotes around, up in Canada next week. And he
Ginger,
mentions this
stop
right
now.
after asking Dr. Hayabusa about whether she ever wants to go back to her old ways of a filthy drug peddling street criminal.
Bad girl.
I'm not sure I necessarily need to draw the connotation between going on a nature retreat up in Canada, where his cult is from, after asking Dr. Hayabusa about going back to her old ways, being asked by a former cult member whose old ways were, you know, killing and torturing people. But more on that later. May 28th. This is when Lana Stewart was found in Zancudo Grande Valley near Great Chaparral Bridge by EMS Adeline Blake. This comes from report 16577. Carved into some of the wood posts below the bridge were the phrases, "Those who walk the path do so of their own free will. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Sometimes the best thing to do is walk away." Astute listeners might recognize lots of these from the graffiti on the wall.
This judge is kind of funny,
right
I'm not gonna lie.
there
I
on
like
the
him a lot.
screen from the FIB building.
He's pretty cool.
Notable characteristics of this scene: there were cherry blossoms on the scene, there was a shoe print from a high heel on the scene, red synthetic hair was found along the posts, there was a blood-covered bowl with a chopped-up lion heart, and investigators noted that the scene was very close to building number 7, which was identified as a possible torture spot back on April 9th. Let me see which one of these is the one of the actual fucking scene.
Oh. God damn.
Alright, taking a little slow, but there's picture number 1 of the scene, showing generally where this was, where Lana Stewart's body was found. Reminder, she's not dead, she's just in a coma. No one knows when she's gonna wake up. But shows the cherry blossom, shows the blood bowl, shows some of the writing, and then just for posterity's sake, let's go ahead and show some of the other writing. Look at that. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Was blind, but now I can see.
Jeez.
Report 16579. This is the autopsy report of Miss Lana Stewart. There were 5 deep gashes on her back, which was hypothesized to be from a whipping. The bottoms of her feet were torn up. The fingernails on her left hand were missing, based on the tool marks on her fingers, probably from some manner of pliers or other device. There were cigarette burns on her upper arms. Her nose was broken. Her right eye orbital was fractured, and she had a busted lip. Gee, where do these injuries sound familiar? More on that later. May 29. This was the first phone session between Dr. Hayabusa and Mr. Alexander whilst he was on, air quotes, vacation on a nature retreat in Canada. This report, the contents of which was actually struck due to relevancy because the nature of the phone calls didn't really seem to pertain to the events that have transpired here in Los Santos. On June 3rd, there was also a second short phone call between Dr. Hayabusa and Mr. Alexander. The contents of this report were also struck due to relevancy for the same reason as before. But ultimately, it didn't matter because anything in that report was also just in the June 4th session anyway. So on June 4th, there was another session between Dr. Hayabusa and Mr. Alexander. At this session, Mr. Alexander brought his one of the nicest and kindest people that Mr. Alexander has ever met, and who constantly showers her with praise, Ramona Flowers, the deputy mayor. Dr. Hayabusa notes that maybe she's a potential target, who knows? Dr. Hayabusa also notes that anytime she talked to him about the power that he used to have, he would get excited, and whenever she asked why he was brought back to Los Santos, he would get a little fidgety. The answer to that, coming later. He says he finds himself wanting to do things that he used to do in the cult, and he mentions he met someone who was almost like a blank slate. Who the identity of this person to be revealed soon, TM. He says he missed people looking for him, or rather looking up to him for guidance, and the sense of family and community that was fostered to him by his cult-like upbringings. He mentions a guy from 88 or 89 that came to Los Santos, says his name was Joseph, says he got arrested and was killed in a prison transport because Canada wanted him back. And he generally blames the cult on being fucked up by Joseph Alexander, and that he's the reason why the cult became more violent. Spoiler alert, based on the contents of the journal, which we will go through, Joseph Alexander was not the one who made the cult fucked up. Also, he fidgeted whenever Joseph was brought up. Dr. Hayabusa noted that he would stutter whenever she pushed on him, whenever he would say that he had never killed anyone after he woke up in the ICU. I noted that basically by this time he actually has admitted to killing at least one person, and that was Robert. So, not really sure what was going on there. He claims that the cult doesn't know he was here, and he says if the cult knew, the only reason he would come here if it was for them. That statement will prove a lot more true than anyone at this time could have possibly realized. Dr. Hayabusa notes that he fidgets when pushed on why he was taken to Los Santos in particular versus anywhere else, and he just sort of blames it on Joseph. He says he was kind of glad that he was dropped here and that everyone at the cult worshipped Joseph and knew he came to Los Santos, blah blah blah. As to where he actually went, he says that he went to a little mountain town in British Columbia called Golden. This is apparently the town that Deborah grew up in. He expresses misgivings, saying that he never should have gone and that he felt guilty, and he talks about how Deborah would sing Amazing Grace to him. Checks wall behind me. Hey, isn't that the lyrics to the first verse of Amazing Grace? Anyway, he also talks about some like 4-hour intervals of this like good cop, bad cop thing that the cult would do involving Amazing Grace, hallucinogens, and some uneasy poem. We will find out later that this is what the cult calls reprogramming. And Dr. Hayabusa notes that he apparently got really excited while he was talking about this. At this point, he mentions that he would like to work for the hospital and help people do therapy, which we will learn when we get to the book about Joseph Alexander, that Joseph Alexander did this exact stuff. He was a former psychologist for the, what the fuck was it called? The San Andreas Medical Group or something? I don't remember what it was. Moving on to June 8th. This is session number 4 with Dr. Hayabusa, coming from report number 19597. I gotta get to my place here. Alright. He says he wants to teach Hayabusa how the cult reprograms people. He gets fidgety when Dr. Hayabusa asked how he unprogrammed himself, and the people who got him in March, quote, don't have that kind of education. Dr. Hayabusa muses that she thinks that Mr. Alexander was reprogrammed. Not that Dr. Hayabusa had any way of knowing at this time, but it turns out Mr. Alexander was not, in fact, reprogrammed. More on that later. He apologizes for testing Dr. Hayabusa. In a previous session, he had talked about, or he got Dr. Hayabusa to talk about her husband, and so he intentionally got her husband's name wrong and occupation wrong and some other shit, just typical verbal jousting. He also talks about how the cult would act through multiple layers of different people. He mentioned once upon a time he had a doctor kill someone, or not him, but the cult had a doctor kill someone on the operating table. He talks about the difference between willing and unwilling people. Willing people, they basically just go right on to the trials because they are willing to go into the cult. If you're already willing to go into the cult, then you don't need any compulsion in order to get into the cult. You're already willing to go there, you can just kind of do that shit. And then there's unwilling people. So unwilling people, he talks about the process of drugging them and the 4-hour intervals between Amazing Grace and the Uneasy Poem, and basically just talks about reprogramming. This is reprogramming. Anytime we talk about, you know, playing Amazing Grace and then having people ingest hallucinogens and then using an uneasy poem and putting up a picture and telling that person that this person in the picture, they're the ones who are causing all of your problems. Basically just a rudimentary form of brainwashing. This is reprogramming. So I don't feel like fucking talking about the process over and over and over. So anytime you hear the words reprogramming or reprogrammed, that's the process that I'm referring to. You take a person, you isolate them, you play Amazing Grace, you tell them good, happy things, make them feel all nice and great. Then you switch, you play some fucked up shit, you basically engage in physical torture to inflict a maximal amount of pain. You show them something that they care about, and then you tell them that that's the thing that is causing their pain, so that they associate the pain that they are receiving with that thing and develop a hatred for that thing.
A lot of things.
After describing all of this, he has the audacity to say, oh yeah, the cult brainwashes and manipulates people into doing their building. Well, no fucking shit. You just described the process by how they do all this. Anyone with a fucking frontal lobe could come to the conclusion that the cult brainwashes and manipulates people. Anyway, he also admits he finds himself manipulating people after he left the cult. Next up, to June 10th. So on June 10th, Dr. Hayabusa hires Mr. Alexander as a civilian counselor for the San Andreas Medical Association, or Authority, rather. This is also the day in which he has Session 5 with Dr. Hayabusa. According to Report 8992, this is also a day in which Dr. Hayabusa informs now Agent Keller of the progress of Mr. Alexander's therapy, and Keller mentions in the report that it sounds like Mr. Alexander wants to brainwash people. How could she possibly have come to that conclusion?
Howdy, Lobo.
Anyway, then we get to report 19598, which is the actual report of the therapy session between Dr. Hayabusa and Mr. Alexander. In this report, he mentions that he likes the nudist camp because it's out of the way in a wooded area, blah, 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 blah. He shows Dr. Hayabusa a recording that he made of Deborah singing Amazing Grace, and for the people paying attention, this recording of Amazing Grace is actually exceedingly important to this case. In fact, this, along with another recording that Mr. Alexander made, are probably the two most important pieces of evidence in this case. And the reason for that, you'll find out. He also mentions that he wants the job as a civilian counselor at the San Andreas Medical Authority, and then Dr. Hayabusa reiterates her theory that Mr. Alexander was reprogrammed. to move on to June 14th. This is when the Blood Tree book was transcribed into the MDW, and also in which Dr. Hayabusa opens up her own case file on Mr. Alexander, and is also the date of therapy session 6 with Mr. Alexander. The book we'll get to. The case file, nothing really relevant was in it. The session, report 19600. She mentioned that Mr. Alexander contacted her, panicked state, and says he met a woman and went out with her, and she was nice to him. He mentioned that he told her she was a monster, and that they went to a clothing store, and she took his shirt off, and she traced her fingers along his scars, and said he wasn't a monster, and that he was just so worried that he would hurt this woman, this newfound attraction that he has. Dr. Hayabusa mentioned that this was a defense mechanism because he doesn't want to hurt this person, and Dr. Hayabusa doesn't ask who it was, but Mr. Alexander admits it very shortly thereafter, that the person he's talking to is Dr. Mercy Schilling. Moving on to June 18th, this is the third phone call that Dr. Hayabusa has between her and Mr. Alexander. He's in a panic state once again, and calls and says that a cop asked him if he knew Lana Stewart after he had introduced himself as Mr. Alexander to that police officer. Afterwards, he immediately began fishing for information as to Lana Stewart's status, whether she was murdered, whether she was killed, what happened to her, asked if it was a homicide, and then also mentions that Agent Keller had once asked him about Izzy Abbott. Nothing else of note was really exchanged there. Moving on to June 28th. This is therapy session number 7. He mentions that he was talking with Lola Montehart on the phone prior to her falling off the roof at age. He talks about forensic psychology and talks about how he wants to do it, and says that he had once offered it previously to Agent Keller and Ranger Daniel O'Shea.
It's my raccoon.
He expresses frustration that the police don't go to them
Are you
about
Arnsy?
cases,
How you doing?
which
How you
any
been?
astute listener probably would realize that what he's actually frustrated about is that the police don't share investigative details with him so that he can manipulate the investigators on a case and or get out in front of the investigation and redirect or misdirect it elsewhere. Why the fuck else would a person want access to police investigations? Anyway, he also talks about how enamored he is with Dr. Schilling. He talks about how Agent Keller got mad at him because he talked to Tallulah, because someone had talked to Tallulah about him. What's actually going on there, we will actually never find out. We will never find out who talked to Tallulah.
Danny's friend almost got serial killed.
Was ever relevant
This is the
in the
verdict
first
we're
place
hearing.
to anything
Finally,
to do with
after
this
like 2
case.
days. Took him so long
He
to get
called
the
that a
verdict.
red herring. Tallulah is a red herring. Nothing ever comes of that. Spoiler. He gets defensive when Dr. Hayabusa calls the doomsday part of the cult silly, and they have an argument about religion. Dr. Hayabusa mentions that he fidgets anytime Mr. Alexander mentions Deborah. Dr. Hayabusa talks about her belief that Mr. Alexander probably was the one who killed Deborah. That would also be consistent with what we know up till now of the cult forcing people to do physical harm and violence to people that they love. She mentions that he generally kind of refused to talk about Deborah. He'd always look at the ground. He would deflect the conversation. But what she did get out of him on this day is that Deborah died on July 20, 2018. he said in his June 4th session that he had met Deborah on May 31st, 2018. So if he met Deborah on May 31st, 2018, and Deborah died on July 20th, 2018, that means it only took him, like... There was basically 6 to 7 weeks from meeting her to inducting her into the cult into her being killed. So this whole romance thing he was talking about with Deborah appears to be some kind of like Romeo and Juliet bullshit.
I love this judge.
It also previously mentioned that the trials that the cult has people do generally take place over the span of years, and that they target young people. So it's a question of how he inducted Deborah into this cult when she was likely not a young person, and also went from first meeting to being in cult to dying in the span of like around a month and a half. Those details do not add up. Anyway, he mentions that he hurt Deborah, and he looks at the ground when Dr. Hayabusa consoles him and says, "Oh, you didn't hurt Deborah. You're not a monster." He also... Dr. Hayabusa notes that he fidgets and deflects anytime that she mentions Mr. Alexander not hurting Deborah. When asked about how he actually got away from this cult, he implies that he basically just ran through the woods and hitchhiked to Edmonton to get away the cult. We'll find out later this is bullshit, by the way. Spoilers. And
Judge is
then
fucking
he
great.
asks Dr. Hayabusa for a camera in order to take like nature photos or something. So Dr. Hayabusa gives him a police camera, which notably the difference between police cameras and civilian cameras are police cameras, if you direct your attention to the picture over here, has the name of the person taking the picture up in the top right, and in the bottom right has the location to which the picture is being taken. More on that later. Then we get to June 30th. This was a set of texts between Dr. Schilling and Dr. Hayabusa. This was struck on grounds of hearsay because it was an account of what Mr. Alexander told Dr. Schilling, who then told Dr. Hayabusa, so we had a two-level hearsay problem. There was a hearsay exemption for the first level of hearsay between Mr. Alexander and Dr. Schilling, but there was no hearsay exemption for the second level of hearsay between Dr. Schilling and Dr. Hayabusa. So these were struck on hearsay. And we get to July 2nd.
Right now.
And so July is basically where all of the action happens. Pretty much everything aside... Everything to deal with Miss Cuddlepuff and Miss Amante Hart happens in a period between July 9th and July 12th. So the events of July 2nd and July 8th are sort of all precursors building up to the clusterfuck that occurs later. So, July 8th. This is the 8th and final session that Dr. Hayabusa has with Mr. Alexander. This is in report 20558. Dr. Schilling is also present for this exam, much like he had brought Ramona to session 4. It was 3 or 4, I don't remember which one. Session number 8, he brings Ms. Schilling. Mr. Alexander immediately starts prying into how Human Man stabbed Dr. Schilling. Dr. Schilling mentions that Human Man was just misunderstood and that monsters can be healed after finally showing themselves. He says later, but then she kind of contradicts herself and says later that Human Man was a monster and that she could love Mr. Alexander but not Human Man because Mr. Alexander is not a monster. It was at this point that I realized that Dr. Schilling has a type. He says that he used to be a monster and that he's been trying to get away from that stuff. And on this day, surprise, surprise, is the day that Mr. Alexander admits that he was the one who actually shot and killed Deborah. And for some insane fucking reason, this man has an audio clip of him dragging Deborah out in front of his cult and blowing her fucking head off with a pistol. This man recorded that shit. This recording is also the other very important recording that ties back to some evidence later. The story that he gives is that Deborah basically tried to sleep with him. He took that as a test of faith and decided that the only sane, rational thing for a person to do when a woman is trying to sleep with you is drag them in front of their peers and blow their head off with a pistol. And he says that he made the audio recording of this so that he could play it for others if they questioned their path. Also talks about how he regularly thinks about how to torture various people and mentions that he came up with a method for how to best torture Dr. Hayabusa. It was basically some sensory deprivation sort of thing, which I will discuss in a bit because it is actually relevant to how Miss Lola Montehart was treated, to put it lightly. He said, when asked why on God's green earth he regularly goes around and thinks about how to torture people, Mr. Alexander says the monster creeps up and it has to be fed, and so he thinks about this stuff. He also admits that he lied about how he left his cult, and he says on this telling of how he left the cult that he left 2 days after Deborah died by taking a car and saying that he was going recruiting, and then presumably just slipped off in Edmonton. Spoiler alert, this is also a lie. He asked about Dr. Hayabusa's husband and which department he's in, which is a little bit ironic because this is actually the same thing that he did in a prior session where he was prying into Tyler Hayabusa. So I don't know if this was like a throwback or what was going on here. Dr. Hayabusa expressed her interest in sort of replicating the first trial in like a mock fashion, like not actually going through a trial, but just replicating it to kind of see how it works. That never got to happen because on July 9th, Catherine Cuddlepuff was reported missing. The details of this come from 3 reports, the first of which is report 20672. Deputy Ace Smith responded to a scene by Search and Rescue EMS Carmine. The scene was reported by a local resident out there talking about like blood and some other stuff on their property. On scene was found blood, hair, and tire marks leading into Mount Gordo. DOC McHale had also called and said that she was supposed to be on a hike with her therapist, but then she started sending really strange texts and ultimately stopped responding.
Excuse me, ma'am, do you hear me?
I'm sure we can all guess who Catherine Cuddlepuff's therapist is by this point. So Mr. Alexander was also contacted by phone, but he did not respond. Later, Deputy Walker called him with a payphone, and he actually picked up the phone, but did not ever say anything into the receiver. Ultimately, on July 9th, they did not find Catherine Cuddlepuff, but they found a pair of soaked handcuffs on a yacht near Paleto Bay. These handcuffs don't really come up ever again, so this is likely another red herring in the investigation. It's possible, but there's no reports, statements, or evidence that ever corroborate these handcuffs really to anything going on. Oh, excuse me, I need another cigarette. Alright. Next up, we got report 20633. This was a phone subpoena for Catherine Cuddlebuff that was submitted and approved. In this subpoena, it is revealed that Catherine Cuddlepuff texts Mr. Alexander saying that she was walking in the woods, and she shares her location with him 6 times as being in Zancudo Barranca, Great Chaparral. This location is also very important to the investigation, for reasons you will find out later. She also shares with an unknown number a location on Union Road in the Sanchiansky mountain range. There is a call where Mr. Alexander calls Cuddlepuff for about 35 seconds. Catherine Cuddlepuff then texts Mr. Alexander where. Mr. Alexander calls her again for 37 seconds. And then Catherine Cuddlepuff texts Leon, Jericho, and Oswin McHale, Owie, and Ouchies. And right after those texts is when the actual 911 call comes in about from a local about there being blood and other things on their property. After this 911 call is when Miss Cuddlepuff begins texting McHale strange things that don't really make any sense or misspelled, ending in ocean so pretty, which is really the only thing to link up that and the handcuffs on the yacht near Polita Bay. And it's at this point that Oswin McHale calls 911 and talks to Deputy A. Smith. Last but not least, relevant to the day of July 9th, we have report 20558. These are texts from Dr. Gemma to Dr. Hayabusa about his concerns about Mr. Alexander. He mentions that on July 8th, Cuddlepuff had mentioned having an appointment with Mr. Alexander on July 9th and said some strange things about how she shouldn't eat anything and is not allowed to wear shoes. And also mentions that on July 9th, Dr. Green got a call from Oswin McHale that Cuddlepuff was missing and was last seen with Mr. Alexander. Shouldn't eat anything. Can't wear shoes. Has an appointment on July 9th. Goes missing July 9th.
Difficulty.
Oh my god, Harry.
Then we get to July 10th. This is when the PD is scrambling, searching around for Cuddlepuff, and also when Lola Amante Hart is reported missing.
Jesus.
20633 is when the phone subpoena was approved for Catherine Cuddlepuff, so those text message records did not actually get into the hands of police officers until July 10th. On 20725, that was a bank and an expanded phone record subpoena for Catherine Cuddlepuff that was requested and approved same day. Did not return any new information, so dead end there. Then we get to report 20727.
It was the head.
This was when the police thought it prudent to file a phone subpoena for Mr. Alexander's phone records, which was granted same day, and shows that on July 8th, he tells Miss Cuddlepuff to wear something comfy, but no shoes. Cuddlepuff tells Mr. Alexander that she is super thirsty. He replies that she'll be very thirsty, but it's normal and she's strong. And I want to direct attention here that this is not a conversation between one of the victims in this case and a burner phone. This is a conversation between one of the victims in this case and Mr. Alexander's personal phone, which is why I'm saying Mr. Alexander when I talk about these phone messages. Catherine asks Mr. Alexander if she can drink a little bit. He says that a little bit is fine, but tomorrow she won't be drinking anything. Catherine says she ate a few Nem-Nems and will stop eating for tomorrow. And then she tells Mr. Alexander that she has cracks in her knuckles, and he says that's usually what happens when you punch trees. This isn't of immediate relevance, but when we get to the book, there is a staggering similarity between punching trees, typically as a form of venting, between Mr. Alexander and Catherine Cuddlepuff, and a incident that happened back in July of 1985 between Joseph Alexander and then Dr. Jenny Morrison. We'll talk about that when we get to the book.
God, there's a lot of people in here. Yes, there is. Hey, how you doing, Shay?
The text messages from this subpoena also shows that Mr. Alexander is very friendly with a handful of other individuals, including Correctional Officer Cora Hartley, Deputy Warden Jay Skeeber, Lola Amonte Hart, Mercy Schilling, which we already knew, Ramona Flowers, which we already knew, and Dr. Hayabusa, which we already knew. Get to report 205 or 20751. This is when Mr. Alexander calls Dr. Hayabusa about Lola putting distance between them after talking with Dr. Green after calling for a tow. Basically what happened is Lola and Steven, I guess, were hanging out in the salt flats at some point. Lola put her Emperor in the water like a dum-dum and called for a tow. Dr. Green responded and drove out there with Oswin. When Mr. Alexander saw Dr. Green, he walked away and started acting a bit weird, and Dr. Green informed Miss Amonte Hart about her misgivings with Mr. Alexander. I think some of that comes up in a different report, but in this report about the call between Mr. Alexander and Hayabusa, it's just about them putting distance and about him being, I guess, upset about that. Also in that report, Dr. Green calls Dr. Hayabusa and talks about what Mikhail and Dr. Randall Gemma told her, and also about the tow incident. Dr. Gemma also got what I'm referring to as the Cuddlepuff text. There were a number of text messages that were sent to various individuals from Catherine Cuddlepuff's phone that generally talk about how she's distraught about Oswin Mikhail flirting with other women, and that she broke his heart, and that she's going on vacation for a while. And it's a giant paragraph of text when Miss Cuddlepuff is the sort of person that where you're lucky if you get like 4 or 5 words out of her per text message. So immediately very uncharacteristic, and understandably set off alarm bells in the heads of anyone who has actually talked with Miss Cuddlepuff over text for more than 5 seconds. Mr. Alexander, after the call with Dr. Green, Mr. Alexander then calls Dr. Hayabusa again, asking if she knows who Catherine Cuddlepuff is, and says that Cuddlepuff is his patient and that she's infatuated with Mikhail. He mentions that he was supposed to do hiking therapy with her, and that he had received pings from her up north, and that she told him Mikhail lied to him. He mentions that he had therapy sessions with Cora Hartley, who said similar things about Oswin Mikhail. Then when Dr. Hayabusa plainly asked him, hey, did you talk to the police about it, dum-dum? He refused to answer. Interesting that Mr. Alexander calls alarmed, asking about Catherine Cuddlepuff and talking about all this stuff directly after a bunch of strange text messages are sent from Miss Cuddlepuff's phone. Gee, I wonder what could have caused the coincidence and the timing there. move on. Then we get to report 20835. This is a report where Lola Amonte Hart is reported missing. Officers respond to her business at Vinewood Music and Records, and they find her car parked there. They find her phone there, and they also find pink hair, likely belonging to Miss Amonte Hart, because those of us with eyes can direct our attention over to the corner there and see Miss Lola Amonte Hart has pink hair. There was also report 20836, which was the final thing that occurred on July 10th or July 11th. This is July 10th, yes. This is when a phone and bank subpoena was put out and approved for Lola Amonte Hart to try and locate where she was. This produced several individuals receiving phone not in service messages beginning at 3:45 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time and continuing on till about 6 or 7, I believe, was the latest time that the phone sent out a phone not in service message. And this loosely coordinates or corroborates a text message sent from Mr. Alexander to Miss Lola Amonte Hart that they were going to meet at her workplace at 1:05 p.m. Eastern Daylight Time. Roughly 2 hours and 40 minutes before her phone went out of service. We have a text message from Stephen Alexander. Go into her meeting place. Then we get to July 12th. This is the day that both Catherine Cuddlepuff and Lola Amonte Hart are found, and this is the day that Mr. Alexander was fired as a civilian counselor for the San Andreas Medical Authority because he had been arrested on suspicion of the crimes to which he is standing for today. Lots of stuff happened on July 12th. God, there's so much on July 12th. We'll start with report 20891. Deputy Mayor, standing right over there in the incorrect uniform, received a 911 call from Catherine herself, talking about how she was scared and injured, etc., etc. She was found by EMS and police and fell unconscious while on the scene. She was found north of Chumash by Great Ocean Highway. They found bloody footprints leading from where she was found up the road, maybe 3 to 5 minutes, to the scene at a small little bridge. You know, when you're going north on Chumash, when you leave Chumash and then you're going to Zancudo before you get to the big bridge over the delta, there's a small little bridge because there's a drainage ditch or a gully that goes down the mountains. That's the bridge we are referring to. Or rather, I am referring to, not we. I'm the only one talking here. God, I've been talking for an hour. Good Lord. Yeah, anyway, so at the bridge scene, many of the same characteristics of the previous two scenes. We have red synthetic hair, we have a high heel footprint, we have cherry blossoms. On this scene, we had some broken zip ties, and there was a bowl of blood with a chopped up mountain lion heart in it. And written on the wall was, surprise, surprise, those who walk the path do so of their own free will. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Sometimes, the best thing to do is walk away. Report 20897 documented Miss Amonte Hart's, or not Amonte Hart, Cuddlepuff. We're talking about Cuddlepuff. Documented Cuddlepuff's injuries, which consisted of hypertension, a damaged trachea, 13 broken ribs, which as stated at trial is a little over half of the ribs in a human body, internal bleeding, elevated iron levels, which indicated, the medical report says that it indicated poison, but I don't know, I'm not a medical professional, but if there's a big old bowl of blood with a heart in it. It seems to me like that might, you know, give you a lot of iron. I know there's iron in the blood, but what do I know?
How is he still talking?
And then we get to the external injuries. Her feet were mangled up. Surprise, surprise. She had gashes on her legs. Her knees were bloody. Her nails were ripped out. Surprise, surprise. She had cigarette burn marks on her arms. Surprise, surprise. Gashes on her back. Surprise, surprise. Bruising from the pelvis to the shoulder. She had a torn lip. Surprise, surprise. A broken nose. Surprise, surprise. And bruising on her face. So we're up to 3 victims now that have very similar injuries with minor variations. Well, not minor, I guess, but with some variation between the two. But we're up to 3 victims that have a very consistent pattern of the injuries that are inflicted upon them, which also matches up to the injuries that were inflicted upon Mr. Alexander. I wonder why. Miss Cuddlepuff, as was testified here in court, was placed in a medically induced coma and was not woken up until July 19th. Also written in this report was a CT scan taken later, which I believe was on July 24th.
Let's do it.
Showed structural changes to her brain. Report 20627. Catherine Cuddlepuff's Emperor Beater was found at Zancuda Barranca Great Chaparral. It was marked stolen. There was pink synthetic hair inside. And this is noteworthy because Catherine Cuddlepuff's Emperor Beater was found basically at the exact place where Catherine Cuddlepuff pinged Mr. Alexander with her phone. It was Zancuda Barranca Great Chaparral. Now, granted, that does cover an area. It's not like it's a specific building or anything. It's like an area of the island. But it is the exact same area to which Miss Cuddlepuff had deliberately and intentionally pinged Mr. Alexander to. Feel like a broken record, but I wonder why. Then we get to report 20989. This is the report where Mr. Alexander was brought into custody. Dr. Schilling also states that whilst at his RV, she had asked where he was. He had responded to her that he had a late-night session that lasted all night, and Dr. Schilling noted that Mr. Alexander never does late-night sessions. Nothing really notable with that report because there was a separate report generated for the interrogation in report 20912. This is a report in which Mr. Alexander was interrogated. Dr. Hayabusa, or rather, this is not actually the interrogation report. This is Dr. Hayabusa's impressions of the interrogation that was performed by Veronica Wilson. Dr. Hayabusa notes in pertinent part that she recognized the tone that Mr. Alexander was using at the time as the same one from the recording in which he killed Deborah. She noted once again that Mr. Alexander was trying to take control of the interrogation. Notes that he had smirked when Veronica mentioned being out in the wilderness without food and water. And also said that his favorite flower was cherry blossoms, which were found at 3 of the scenes in which people were, tortured and or murdered. I wonder why. Up 20928. This is a search warrant for Mr. Alexander's RV. This search was actually not able to be performed until July 25th, and upon location of this RV, Nothing notable was inside. Which raises a little bit of a question. If Mr. Alexander was taken into custody and interrogated, how was Mr. Alexander's RV moved? How'd it get there? How'd it move? Well, based on my review of all of the physical evidence that has been presented to me across 63 reports and a hard drive containing 10 audio logs alleged to be from Mr. Alexander, the only person that I can find in this entire story that had access to Mr. Alexander's RV, which was shown in her statements in report 20909, was Dr. Schilling. Anyway, then we go to report 20931. This is the report in which Lola Monte Hart was found by EMS Blake in the hills near Parsons. This is a scene that included a plate fastened to a tree with shackles, a bloody bowl with a mountain lion heart in it, a whole lot of blood, and a clump of pink hair. There it is. There's the scene. Look at that. When first responders found her, she had headphones that were taped to her head and was both blindfolded and gagged. The headphones were playing I guess a poem or something called Boots, Boots, Boots. According to the statement that was given by Miss Hart to first responders, she had mentioned that Mr. Alexander told her that she had betrayed him and that he had to punish her, and said if she resisted, that he would hurt her boyfriend, and then made some weird cringe comment that she was his daughter and he was going to remake her. She testified in her statement that he punched her, stabbed her in the thigh, had her drink something, gagged, blindfolded, played music. Now, what I note about this is on July 8th, he had mentioned a proposed torture for Dr. Hayabusa about sensory deprivation. And notably, Miss Amante Hart found only days after talking about how he would torture Dr. Hayabusa with sensory deprivation, was found with headphones, blaring an uneasy song, gagged, bound, blindfolded. That seems a little similar. Anyway, she mentions that she was seeing Mr. Alexander for grief counseling and that Mr. Alexander would make comments, the substance of which is to isolate her from her friends. You know, these people are gonna abandon you. You can't trust these people. Trust me instead. Blah blah blah. Bare bones basic cult bullshit. She mentions how he told her about Deborah and how she was tragically killed in front of him, and how his family was killed in front of him, and mentions that his sister was named Emily. You know, the same sympathetic bullshit that he's been telling basically everyone. Says something a bit interesting. Says that she met Mr. Alexander through Garen Lupo, who had invited her and Ramona to a therapy session with him, and this is corroborated in a later phone subpoena. So, interesting that I know Garen Lupo is an individual that knows half the fucking city, because he goes out of his way to know half the fucking city. But I don't know, it is a little bit of a interesting coincidence. Anyway, then we get to report 20933. This is the report of Miss Amante Hart's injuries, which were basically the exact same thing that she testified to on the stand, the exact same thing that she told first responders on scene. She had blunt force trauma to the head and a knife wound to the leg, and there were a bunch of drugs and hallucinogens in her system. Specifically the chemical compounds that are found in magic mushrooms. Next, we get to report 20884. This is a... So at this point, I went a little bit out of order because I've been doing all these reports essentially in chronological order, but because the July 12th so much stuff happened, I put some of the miscellaneous subpoenas towards the end of these. So these are not in chronological order compared to, or relative to the rest of the reports, but these are subpoenas that were put out there on this day. The first was a phone and bank subpoena for Lana Stewart, which had an expanded date range in order to figure out better information on how this happened. This subpoena uncovered that she talked about a meeting from a Mr. Alex from an unknown number, and also with Garen Lupo, who mentioned that he somehow had a therapist appointment and asked if it was Lana's doing. Garen was also the same guy who invited Lola and Ramona to therapy with Mr. Alexander. Huh. Then we get to report 20885 and report 20886. These are expanded phone subpoenas for Izzy Abbott's phone records. So, the third subpoena didn't produce any new information. That was the second expansion off the first expansion. The second expansion, though, revealed a lot more than the first Izzy Abbott subpoena, because the first Izzy Abbott subpoena was only for a duration of about 24 hours. The second phone subpoena was for a much longer period of time, and revealed text messages between Izzy Abbott and Mr. Alex about plans, air quotes, starting on April 27th, and in which Mr. Alex tells her to start fasting tomorrow, which relative to that would be April 28th. And then Alex proceeds to manipulate her into going on with fasting whenever the plan is, giving, oh, you know, you're doing so good, oh, this will make you stronger, blah, 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 blah. It should be noticed that the plans text was on 4/27. He tells her to start fasting on 4/28. And when did she end up dead? Oh yeah, that was April 30th, is when they found her dead at a barn off of Union Road. Huh. Oh, thank you, Scandal. Then we get to July 13th, and over here things cool down a bit. July 13th and onward is basically just a whole fuckload of warrants and other things going out. So on the 13th, that's when the warrant to unlock and search Mr. Alexander's phone goes through. It doesn't appear that really any useful information was gathered from this, considering nothing was really attached to any other reports or anything. So then we skip ahead to July 15th, which is kind of the last, like, big break in the case. And this is when the hard drive that has been mentioned both at trial and by myself a couple times was discovered. This is also when Dr. Hayabusa performs her formal diagnosis to diagnose Mr. Alexander with psychopathy. That diagnostic report was 21274, in which Dr. Hayabusa states that she thinks Mr. Alexander is a grave danger to the general population and will continue to murder and maim people. It also covers report 21226, which is a prison payphone subpoena. Based on, I guess, calls that Miss Veronica received from witnesses and other people involved in the case saying that Mr. Alexander was calling them. This, unfortunately, because this is a public prison payphone, I can't tell who is actually making these calls. All I can really tell about these calls is who the calls are to. And a couple names stick out to me about these calls. There were calls made to Veronica Wilson, calls made to Dr. Schilling, calls made to Dr. Hayabusa, calls made to Ramona Flowers, and also calls made to Brandy Lee. Mr. Alexander...
Oh my god, it's Fish!
In the phone subpoena that was made for Mr. Alexander, he had extensive conversations with Brandy Lee. Gee, I wonder why he was talking with Brandy Lee.
Nice
Betty,
Fish is
you know what? I've been talking for almost an hour and a half. Show of hands from the gallery. Who here wants to guess why Mr. Alexander would talk to a very innocent, impressionable person like Brandy Lee?
Oh, Fish.
Tell us why.
Who wants to take a guess? I saw Skylar Sparks' hand first. Skylar, why don't you tell the class why this may have been the case?
Why don't you tell the
really,
class?
really good deal down at like a gas station where she gets buy 2 get 1 free chips.
Okay,
Good chips like the
possible.
munchie bags? Okay.
That's possible. Miss Maynard, how about you?
This guy's a sick freak.
Also good.
Okay. Also
we
very
preach.
possible. Any other?
Mr. Weaver.
Anything else? Anyone
Your Honor,
else have any
Fish
other
wants to.
conclusions?
Your Honor, Fish wants to.
Fish wants to answer, guys. Let Fish answer.
All right, Fish, what do you got for me?
Fish!
Okay.
Uh-huh.
My boy. He's so right. He's so raw for that.
I agree with him. 100%.
Can say that.
Put him to death! Put him to death!
Oh God.
Poor Fish. Yeah, you tell him, Fish.
Alright, so moving on.
Oh, I love Fish. I love
21233
you.
is the
dog.
search warrant for the hard drive that was found in a Ziploc bag with Mr. Alexander's name on it at a
I
tree
love that dog
near
so
Parsons.
much. Look.
I've got a picture where that is too. Look at that.
Fuck yeah, Fish. You tell him. It's just him barking.
There you go. Look at that. So, we'll get into the contents of this hard drive. But, just in brief, well, we'll get into the contents in more detail, but just in brief, this hard drive contained texts, conversations between Izzy Abbott and an unknown phone number, photographs of both Cuddlepuff and Lola, and 10 audio journals dating between March 20th to July 5th. And also, 2 other very important key pieces of evidence, which we will discuss later. Get to report 21283. This is a phone subpoena for the burner phone of the text messages on the hard drive. So to describe the text messages, these are text messages taken from the perspective of the burner phone, because Izzy Abbott's name, the IA, is actually noted next to her text. And basically this phone subpoena just confirmed the authenticity of these text messages. It showed that, yes, these messages are in fact not doctored. They are text messages sent between Izzy Abbott and the burner phone that the image purports to be, because in those images it also has the phone number of the burner phone, like right on the top there. So it essentially documents a conversation between Izzy Abbott and Mr. Alex from 427 to 429. It's the same thing as the Izzy Abbott phone subpoena number 2, more or less, and also the text on the hard drive. So it's a little bit of a duplicative subpoena, but it just further corroborates that, yep, there definitely were text messages sent between Izzy Abbott to a burner phone held by a man identifying himself as Mr. Alex. But this phone subpoena for the burner phone records also produced new information.
Or bubbles.
Well, actually, no. Not necessarily new-ish information, because this was produced in the phone subpoena for Lana Stewart, but it also documented the conversation between Lana Stewart and Mr. Alex from May 1st until May 21st. So, essentially what this phone subpoena did, because those of you who are unfamiliar with phone subpoenas and how our system works, if someone's name is not registered, then it will pop up as a question mark in the from or to field. So essentially what this phone subpoena did is it confirmed that the unknown name and number, or not number, but the unknown name from that was in conversations with Izzy Abbott was in fact the same as the person that was in contact with Lana Stewart, or at the absolute minimum, that someone who had access to that burner phone was in contact with both people. Or, fuck it, even a group of people, if there was a group that had access to that phone, whatever it may be. We're moving on to July 16th. This report was struck for the case in chief, I believe on grounds of relevance, but it documented a therapy session between a new doctor, never before seen in this case up until now, and also Mr. Alexander. A couple other reports that happened on this day. There was report 21356, which is, I believe, personally, another red herring. To sum it up, it's basically a bunch of weird edgelord texts between Detective Veronica, Senior Officer Morgan, EMS Brooks Reed, and, or I believe, is Brooks Reed a doctor now?
EMS.
EMS.
Still EMS? Okay. I might be thinking of someone else. So EMS Brooks Reed and also Dr. Schilling. And the reason why, although these texts talk about like, oh, who would you choose if you were put in this situation? And like a bunch of other dumb shit. It also makes specific reference to a Winnie who looks nothing like Winnie Wispbloom or any other Winnie that we have in our MDW. And also a Jerry Sweets, whose name does not turn up anywhere in the MDW. Neither of these people appear to be present citizens of San Andreas. Sounds like pre-bomb shit. Yawn. Moving on. 21344.
Yawn. Dying is not a yawn. Joy, I will get contempt for that.
Damn.
Okay. I will concede
Said that, I'll fuck you up right now in this courtroom. I just heard someone say yawn. I will get contempt for that shit.
All right. I will concede some pre-bomb shit that is not yawn, okay?
It wasn't you, it was some dumb bitch in the courtroom who don't have no balls to say nothing.
Oh. Okay, well, I can't really do anything about that.
I love Justice.
Whoever did that, you should speak up now. Come on.
I love Justice Joy.
Yeah, Clarence, speak up, pussy. Also, I think Winnie is Winona Walker, by the way.
Yeah, Clarence, speak up, pussy.
You think Winnie is Winona Walker?
Yeah, she goes by Winnie.
Yeah, I was gonna say that, Joy. Probably Winona Walker.
Okay, hold on a minute.
No, because this person's dead. It's not. Trust me.
Can we get along with this?
Can we hurry up, please?
I have to satisfy my curiosity.
I have to satisfy my curiosity. Judge, please.
God, how the fuck do you spell Winnow's name? Okay, you know what? Fuck it. Not important. I can't figure out how to spell Winnow Walker's name. Anyway, moving on.
W-I-N-O-N-A. She's alive, for fuck's sake.
He said
need another
moving on,
fucking
Clarence. He said moving on.
Okay, so we were on report 21344. This was Correctional Officer Blake being called by Counselor Harvey Litt, saying that Mr. Alexander called Lola Montehart. DOC suspected that Mr. Alexander might have had a phone inside the prison. They searched the whole prison and Mr. Alexander's person, and they don't find shit. This is also the first of the visitation logs that were created by correctional officers as to who was visiting Mr. Alexander, who was calling him, etc., etc., presumably in response to the alert that Mr. Alexander may have called Miss Montehart. On this, and normally this stuff wouldn't necessarily be relevant, and I would ignore this shit and go talk about something a little more interesting, but in this particular case it is relevant to the proceedings because the state wants to press 2 charges of witness tampering against Mr. Alexander based on these phone calls that he is alleged to have made. So, what the visitation log says is Correctional Officer Hartley sees Mr. Alexander enter visitation 4 times throughout the day. One time he explicitly states that he needs to make phone calls. Corrector Dye and York witness 3 unsuccessful calls made. 2 were to unknown recipients, and 1 was to Dr. Mercy Schilling. She didn't pick up, apparently. And also a Ted Hawk arrived wanting to speak to Mr. Alexander. The final report for July 16th, 21373, Correctional Officer Dye started talking with Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander talked about how much he loves sunrises and also his... He basically gives the fucking tragic backstory spiel once again. He tells the story of how he was brought into the cult. It's basically the same thing as he told everyone else. In this version, his sister was named Emily, and the men killed his father instead of him killing his father. At this point, one of the lingering questions that I have, which is not going to be unanswered, is, was Emily the name of a little girl that he inducted into the cult when he was a child, or is Emily the name of his sister? Because he keeps going back and forth on that shit.
On that shit? I fucking love this judge. Oh.
You never know the answer. Anyway, July 17th, report 21344. This is another visitation log from DOC Officer Dye. He goes with Mr. Alexander, who comments about Katie St. Clair no longer being active on his case. Previous phone subpoenas revealed that he had talked with Miss St. Clair, and some other report, I believe it was one of the therapy sessions with Dr. Hayabusa, either session 6 or 7, in which Mr. Alexander talked about how he had spoken with Katie St. Clair and blanking on the name of the police officer about forensic psychology and offering his services therein. According to Correctional Officer Dye, on this visit he makes some calls, gets no responses, leaves. Then we get to report 21373 again. On this day, Correctional Officer Dye talks with Mr. Alexander once again, who tells him about the first and second trial. And at this time, the story of the... Well, the story of the second trial is the same. The story of the first trial changes again. In this version of events, rather than just being dropped into the middle of the wilderness with a compass or a compass and a map. Now you get a water jug. How thoughtful. On this story, Robert starved to death. And after he made from trial 1, they all celebrated the sacrifice of his good friend, Robert. We had mentioned previously he killed with a rock. Likely the correct story for reasons that we'll get to later. Next up, July 18th, 21344, another visitation
Hey, chat,
log.
I gotta go take the dog to my mom real quick, and I'll be right
Once
back.
again, putting in
Don't go downstairs,
double
Gertie.
and triple duty on monitoring Mr. Alexander. He sees 2 visitors for Mr. Alexander. Charlie, most likely referring to Miss Charlie Evergreen, and another employee of the Up and Atom. Then we get to report 215, which is a report of Mr. Alexander riling up Correctional Officer Blake by repeatedly asserting that she hates him and wants to kill him, and by giving extremely graphic depictions of her murdering him, just trying to get a rise out of her.
Are you holding a knife for a woman?
July 19th. This is the day that Miss Cuddlepuff wakes up from her medically induced coma. This is also the day that Mr. Alexander is evaluated by Dr. Patrick January as to his fitness to stand trial. Cuddlepuff is questioned and examined by the doctors on scene. She mentions that she is afraid of a monster who is a doctor, but doesn't know which doctor. And he also requests, she requests Mr. Alexander to visit her, and repeatedly denies that Mr. Alexander was the one that did all this to Miss Cuddlepuff. Later report will show that she believes that it was Dr. Green who did this to her, and later information will explain exactly why she thinks Dr. Green did this to her. Then we get to report 21602. This was the fitness to stand trial evaluation with Dr. Patrick January, deemed him fit to stand trial, and also formally diagnosed him as a sadistic psychopath and a narcissist. So we now have 2 medical doctors who have diagnosed him with psychopathy of some flavor of psychopath. Last up for July 19th was report 21344. This is another DOC visitation log. Correctional Officer Calhoun talked with Mr. Alexander, who mentions that he has a psych evaluation today and is going to wait in visitation. The evaluation took place in the infirmary while in the presence of his counselors. And then after that evaluation, he went to visitation for about a minute. And that's all the information we have on that. July 20th. Oh god, we still got like 7 more days to go. July 20th. Report 21729. Correctional Officer Blake finds a message in cell 20, which is typically used by inmate Scott Cook, stating, "Scott, I would like to talk. I am a friend of Charlie," who is once again probably referring to Charlie Evergreen as the only person named Charlie that Mr. Alexander has ever been shown to communicate with, according to all of the reports, text messages, subpoenas, and other information made available to the court. It all points back to Charlie Evergreen. Next up, July 21st. July 21st. This is when Ms. Lola Monte Hart has her psychiatric evaluation with Dr. January. 21787. States that she's unsure what fully happened to her, unable to sleep well, has trust issues, especially with Ramona. Reasonably so. Doesn't want to go back to her business since she was taken from that business, has PTSD over the event, and is mostly mad at herself for not being a better judge character. Which, Not sure that's really a fair assessment, but it happens. Report 21788. She states that she has left the mayor's office and that she was by Mr. Alexander and told about how strong she has become. Report 21751. This is prison phone subpoena number 2. This is the second and final time that the prison phones were subpoenaed to determine what calls were being made to who. That Miss Lola Montehart received phone calls on 7/16 and 7/20 from 2 different phones. Because there's 4 different payphones at the prison, it's a little bit confusing. Calls are made to Mackenzie Blake, the correctional officer that Mr. Alexander was having a little tiff with, from 3 different phones. Calls to Mercy Schilling on 7/22. Calls to correctional officer Cora Hartley, notably one of Mr. Alexander's former patients, and also correctional officer, on the 20th and the 21st. Calls to Veronica Wilson made on the 16th and the 20th. Calls to Dr. Patrick January on the 18th and the 19th. Calls to and from Charlie Evergreen on the 16th, the 17th, and the 18th. And calls to and from Brandy Lee on the 16th. There's only 2 people that I know of who would call Brandy Lee from prison, and that's Hans Gruber and this guy. July 22nd. This is when the Physical Blood Tree book, that is the Journal of Stephen Alexander, was formally placed into evidence under Report 21890. July 23rd. Report 21344. DOC Hartley sits in on a visitation between Mr. Alexander and Charlie Evergreen. They just had mostly friendly chat. Charlie Evergreen tried to give Mr. Alexander food, which was denied, which is probably a good call because, you know, that's one of the things that, like, you can hide, like, shanks in, right? Like, you give somebody a loaf of bread or something, and, like, you hollow it out and you stick a knife in it or something.
You gotta go pay my meter. Don't want to get towed.
And also Report 21937 is generated, which is the full interrogation videos of the July 12th interrogation of Mr. Alexander that were made available, you know, in report form so that defense counsel can look at the interrogation and see what questions were asked and review it for himself. Although I believe he was present at the interrogation, sometimes it's helpful to, you know, go back and look at all that shit. July 24th. This is the MRI scan. Lola Montehart. The only reason why I'm going over this is because this corroborates the testimony that was given by Dr. Patrick January on the stand at trial. And also
Why the
still
fuck am I in
relates
the
to
aisle?
the injuries that she is alleged to have suffered. Well, not alleged to have suffered. She did suffer them. She recounted the story of her being kidnapped and abused by Mr. Alexander while an MRI was going to check her brain synapses and chemistry. It was discovered that her brain chemistry was altered and abnormal, and that the improper synapse responses were causing a fear circuitry as a trauma response where your brain shuts down. It's basically exactly what Dr. Patrick January testified to.
Welcome back, my dog. I had to take the dog down to my mom.
And at trial on the 31st. On this day, there was actually quite a bit of activity at the prison on this day. So, Correctional Officer Hartley saw Mr. Alexander enter visitation twice. Mr. Alexander mentioned that the second call that he made was to Garen Lupo, so it appears that him and Mr. Lupo are still in contact with one another. Correctional Officer Wallen and Correctional Officer Blake witness a call with Dr. Schilling. Nothing much of note is really explained there. Correctional Officer Gibbs witnesses Mr. Alexander make 2 phone calls, one to Dr. Hayabusa and one to Roberta, which I am going to guess based on the nature of their conversation and my knowledge of the people that Mr. Alexander surrounds himself, probably was Ramona Flowers, not Roberta. But I digress. So he talks with Dr. Hayabusa about the hospital, talks about recent promotions at the hospital, and then immediately launches into asking if they're going to kill him. I can assure you, Mr. Alexander, that if it is decided that you're going to be put to death, we're probably not going to have Dr. Hayabusa behead you like she did the albino Tommy Wiseau dude. We're going to think of something a little better. Also makes talks with Ramona about someone, or Roberta. We'll just say Roberta. We'll give him the benefit of the doubt. About someone close to Roberta being at the top of the state, and that they need to keep writing in their happiness journal. So this is another reason why it's probably talking about Ramona, because Ramona is the deputy mayor, and the person at the top of the state to which she's friends with is probably the mayor. You know, just going out on a limb. I'm not a detective, but that's probably what's going on.
Holy shit, we're coming up.
He explains what a happiness journal is, thanks her for the cupcakes. Not really sure what's going on there. DOC Hauser witnesses Mr. Alexander making a call to Deputy Veronica. And this one's actually a little bit spicy. So, Mr. Alexander says she got lucky finding a key piece of evidence and asks her what she would do if he gets out. DOC Hauser also logs a phone call between Mr. Alexander and his attorney, which I am omitting because that would be privileged. So I'm not sharing you the details with that, and I quickly diverted my eyes away from it because that's... You know, you can log all kinds of stuff with people. You can log the fact that somebody made a call to their attorney. You can't really log what the attorney and them talked about because that is... Well, actually you can. It's just not admissible in court if it's privileged. Also, spoiler alert, that key piece of evidence, it's probably the fucking hard drive. 3 more days to go. July 25th. This is when Mr. Alexander's RV is located by Fisher Potts and searched. The vehicle was located by Potts illegally deployed under Olympic Freeway at the homeless camp and towed to Steel Family Impound. The inventory of that vehicle, though, only produced an ID belonging to Mr. Alexander, some crumpled cups, and a candle. Nothing of note was found in it. Also, visitation log. I think this is the last second to last entry in the visitation log. Correctional Officer Palmer saw the Twinsta post from Fisher Potts looking for Mr. Alexander, ran into him again at the Up and Atom, and mentioned that he was trying to tow his RV. Correctional Officer Fulci witnessed Mr. Alexander making a phone call to Whitlock, his attorney, and Ramona Flowers. Whitlock then visited Mr. Alexander. End of that day. July 27th. This was struck on relevance, but long story short, it's an interview between Nicole Paulson and Mr. Alexander. This report isn't really relevant, but Nicole Paulson, there's some interesting things going on with her. Last but not least, July 30th. The final day, and the final visitation log. Correctional Officer Gibbs sees Charlie Evergreen talk with Mr. Alexander, and he tells her about how she should write in her happy journal. And at this point, we're done. That's all the fucking reports. It only took me 2 fucking hours just to get through the reports. Now, we get to talk about what we can derive from all 63 of those reports. Well, actually not all 63, 59, because 4 of them were struck at pretrial. First, there's some inconsistencies in the retelling of the trials that Mr. Alexander talks about. The first retelling of Trial 1 is you're left out in the woods. You're told to go a location 100 kilometers away. You have no food or water. Robert gave up on day 5. He, referring to Mr. Alexander, eventually passes out in a field, and then he wakes up because people poured water on him. Then, it was, you get a compass and a map, but no specific location to walk to. Robert gives up on day 8. He kills him, and then later sees a truck full of people that hug him and welcome him with open arms. Third retelling of the trial, you get a compass and a map, told to walk. Robert gives up on day 8. Not only does he kill Robert, but he kills Robert and drinks Robert's blood to slake his thirst, and also eats Robert's heart. And then he finds the people in the truck and they give him a hug. If this version is the correct version, Mr. Alexander is also a self-admitted cannibal. Food for thought. And then in the last retelling of the trials, for trial 1, it's a compass and a water jug. Robert gives up on day 8 because he's starved to death. He runs out of water, then he finds a truck with people on it, and then they hug him and he gets a feast. So the core substance of leave man in woods, make man in woods walk for a long time, find man, have hug, is basically unchanged. And I'm no forensic psychologist like Dr. Hayabusa or general psychologist like Dr. January, but I can't help but notice that this first trial sounds a lot like the first line of Amazing Grace. Amazing Grace, how sweet the sound that saved a wretch like me. I once was lost, but now I'm found. They put you in a wretched state by starving you, and then they put you in the woods where you're completely lost, and then they find you in the woods, and then you're saved and you become part of the cult. Huh. Then we get to Trial 2. So all of the retellings of Trial 2, honestly all the retellings of Trial 2, 3, and 4 are mostly consistent, but there are little inconsistencies in them. So for Trial 2, sometimes the celebration with the little cult is after Trial 2, not Trial 1. You have your sin carved in you, and then they celebrate and have a feast. And then sometimes there's no mention of it at all. It's possible maybe they have multiple feasts. Who fucking knows with cults? Trial 3, the only inconsistency is his first retelling that he gave upon waking up was they leave you on the shore and see if you cough up water. And then in later retellings he says, no, actually you get CPR and then see if you survive. Trial 4 is an inconsistency that I mentioned already. At first, when he woke up and told Agent Keller, Trial 4 is more of like a generalized practice of ritual sacrifice of animals to a cherry blossom tree. And then in all subsequent retellings, it became a actual ordeal to go and kill a dangerous animal, sacrifice it to the tree, and eat its heart. And then there's some inconsistencies with Trial 5 as well. First, it was he found a little girl camping in the woods with her family named Emily. The cult went and killed her family, and then they brought her into the cult. Again, I've noted this before, but in all future retellings of this, Emily became the name of his dead sister. Again, it's possible they were both named Emily. Or it's possible that he just reuses names. Who knows? In Trial 5 was he brought in a homeless person and that he would deliberately go and target homeless people to bring into the cult. And then in his final retelling of Trial 5, it was that he found a little girl and basically lured her in with promises of food and safety and then inducted her in the cult. So Trial 5 of how he passed is always changed every time he's told it. Trial 1 has remained the substance of it has remained the same, but there have been inconsistencies every single time he's told that. What that tells me, again, I'm not a psychologist or a forensic psychologist, but what that tells me again is that the story that he tells is meant to fit the person, basically fit the audience. Because again, he's trying to gather sympathy so that you are more vulnerable to him and more trustworthy of him. The whole tortured monster shtick is the exact same fucking thing. Okay, now I want to note similarities between the victims. Proud of this one because this is something that the detective may have caught on, but if she didn't actually write it in the big debrief, but this is one I was kind of proud of. So the similarities between all 4 victims. They're all women. They're all, and not only are they all women, but aside from Lana Stewart, who is the outlier on a lot of the similarities between the victims, all of the victims are people with shades of red hair. Izzy Abbott and Catherine are both redheads at the time of these incidents. Lola has pink hair. It also should be noted that Lisa, who we met on Tinder and was allegedly kidnapped by, has red hair. It also should be mentioned that the reporter that came to talk to him once upon a time also had red hair, and in fact also had red hair and hazel eyes. I'm curious to see if she had a Scottish accent, because I'm curious as to how much she fits the physical description of this supposed Lisa. Also should be noted that the other 2 women that he was very close to, Ramona Flowers and Mercy Schilling, have purple hair, which, while it's not exactly a shade of red, it does contain red in it.
Okay, well that's like I walked in the.
Also, aside from Lana Stewart, all 3 victims, as far as I can tell, are government employees. Catherine is a correctional officer. Lola worked for the mayor, and actually Izzy was hired into the government administrative position role, which basically means that she worked like a clerical or administrative function for the government. Now, her profile doesn't mention what kind of job she did, but actually all 3 of these women worked for the government.
She was my receptionist.
Oh, she was a receptionist, okay. Also, many of the other women that Mr. Alexander sort of came in regular contact with were also government employees, oftentimes doctors, oftentimes correctional officers. Seems to have a thing for people in the government. And the reason behind that will actually become fairly apparent when we start talking about the hard drive. Aside from Lana, again, because not a whole lot of information was disclosed about Lana, all of it were either dating someone or presently in love and pining after someone. With Izzy, it was Daniel O'Shea. With Catherine, it appears to have been Oswin McHale. And with Lola, it was Jake? Jake or Jack? I don't remember which one it is, but I wrote down Jake, so I'm hoping that's correct. Remember that it was someone with a 4-letter J name because it's the person that Mr. Alexander threatened he was going to hurt if Miss Hart said anything at the Vinewood Music and Records. And also the similarities is that the last person to reach out to them before they had disappeared was either Mr. Alexander himself or a Mr. Alex from a burner phone whose text messages ended up on that hard drive. The only exception to this one is, once again, Lana Stewart, who was also contacted by Garen Lupo. But the difference is Garen Lupo contacted Miss Stewart to compliment her on her tattoos and never actually asked to meet up with her or anything. So there are several similarities between all of the victims in these cases, except for Lana Stewart. She's kind of she's a bit the odd one out. Also, a lot of similarities between the injuries that were inflicted on all of these people and the injuries that were inflicted upon Mr. Alexander, the trials that he went through, and also, as we'll see when we get to the journal, remarkable similarities between the injuries that many of these victims sustained and the injuries inflicted on Jenny Morrison by Joseph Alexander back in 1985. So those are, in no particular order, malnourishment. Although the medics didn't explicitly list malnourishment for all four victims in text messages in some form or another were told not to eat or not to drink prior to going on trial 1. Well, I say all four. Actually, I should say all 3, because Lola was not told that, but Lola's situation is actually more akin to how Mr. Alexander originally said Deborah died, about being strung up and then exposed to the elements for an extended period of time, and is also similar to how Joseph Alexander punished a person who admitted he had stepped out of line named Mike by exposing him to the elements for 5 days. No water, no food, that sort of stuff. So kind of at the end of the day, all 4 basically were subjected to some form of malnourishment. Obviously, Lola's the odd woman out here for trial 1 because she never went on trial 1. Only Izzy, Lana, and Catherine did, and they all had torn up feet. Nobody made it to trial 2, so there's no carvings of any sins on people. And if they didn't make it to trial 2, they obviously didn't make it to trial 3 or trial 4. Now the pain game with whips. There's no real indication that there was any pain game going on, but it should be noted that both Lana Stewart and Catherine Cuddlepuff had gashes in their backs consistent with whip marks. I don't think the medics explicitly stated in Catherine's medical report that they were whip-like in nature, but as we'll see when we get to the journal, and as we'll see when we get to the hard drive, forcing someone to whip another person that they care about is actually fairly common in standard practice for this cult, and so the whipping may be some representation of that. Now, where their injuries are a lot more consistent are the injuries, how Mr. Alexander was allegedly tortured by this Lisa person. And also, how Jenny Morrison was tortured by Joseph Alexander. This included fingernails and toenails being removed.
Pretty good.
This included cigarette burns on the arms. This included basically blunt trauma to the face, swollen mouths, drugs in their system. There are several victims who have... There isn't really a victim that has all of these markings, aside from Catherine, who basically received the shit end of the stick, it appears, because she has essentially every injury under the sun here. Lana also received a staggering number of these injuries. Really, the only similarity there with Lola is with regarding the drugs in her system. Both Catherine and Lola both had drugs in their system. Mr. Alexander had heroin in his system. It's not psilocybin is not exactly the same as heroin, but look, it's drugs. It seems that the cult basically just takes what they can get. One final similarity. So Lola was stabbed in the thigh and threatened with a knife. Izzy also had a gash in her side with a knife. That's kind of the final similarity there. And then there's a lot of similarities with the scenes where these people were found. So, cherry blossoms. That matches Izzy's scene, Lana's scene, and Catherine's scene. and also the scene at the FIB building. The heel print in the dirt, again, is Ilana Catherine. The red synthetic hair is Ilana Catherine. The bowl with the blood and hearts in it, that does not match Izzy's scene, but does match Lola's scene. The I once was lost, again, is Ilana Catherine. Those who walk the path do so of their own free will. That was at Lana and Catherine's scenes. But now I'm found, Lana and Catherine's scenes. Sometimes the best thing to do is walk away, also Ilana Catherine's scenes. So, needless to say, there's a lot of fucking similarities between not just the injuries that these people sustained, but also the scenes in which these people were injured in. Lots of similarities that can't really be a coincidence. Like, there's really only two options here. It's the same fucking person, or it's a copycat. And the problem with the copycat theory at the outset is that in order for a person to have configured these scenes or inflicted these injuries in, like, these exact ways, they had to have knowledge of the cult and either knowledge of how Mr. Alexander was tortured or knowledge of how Joseph Alexander tortured Jenny Morrison. And the number of people in the city that have all of that knowledge necessary to recreate any of these scenes as a copycat are exceedingly slim. That will come into play a bit later down the road. Another fucking cigarette.
Calamon twins to like a
y'all want to hear about this fucking book now?
Calamon twins are like a scorned lover.
Please, dear God.
Oh my god, the book.
I want to hear about the book. I have a bunch of notes that I took about this fucking book.
I love the book.
Watching Minecraft parkour.
The book?
Sure, man, let's go.
Oh, Joyce talking.
Garner loves the book. Who wants to hear the book? Who wants to hear about the book?
Me!
Everybody.
Talk about the book.
They deserve to hear it.
2 hours and 11 minutes in. Let's fucking do it there, Joy.
All right, the book.
Give us the book.
The devil dogs are here.
A brief note
Guard.
about this book and the way it is structured. So this book generally proceeds where Joseph Alexander will reference a
like a
person,
scorned lover.
give his impressions of the person, and then has dated entries of his impressions or interactions with this person up until a point, and then he stops organizing it by person and organizes it chronologically. So, the first thing in this book is Joseph Alexander talks about being afraid of a psychologist by the name of Dr. Lipschitz. Now, some of us who have been around for a while might remember that Dr. Sylvia Lipschitz was actually a psychologist here in the city, and was also a psychologist back in 1985. Very likely that the Sylvia Lipschitz mentioned in this book is the same Sylvia Lipschitz that used to be here. Joseph mentions that he's afraid of Dr. Lipschitz because he right through him. He references some phase 2 of a plan and talks about cultivating a flock. For his dated entries, the first one is on June 16th, 1985. This is his first talk with Dr. Lipschitz. She examines him about how he became a psychologist in such a rural area. Joseph diverted the topic to talking about heroes and villains, then diverted again to talk about Dr. Lipschitz. The scant few of us who have read Dr. Hayabusa's notes about Mr. Alexander here may think this is a little familiar. Moving on, the 26th of June, 1985. The second talk with Dr. Lipschitz. I think Dr. Lipschitz may have been playing a little
You know,
bit
it'd be
with
really
this one
funny,
because
chat, is
apparently
if
she
Fish,
opened up
the
this
dog, just fucking
conversation
bit him.
immediately by
Just
talking
walked
about
over.
sociopaths and
Just
psychopaths.
bit him.
She came to that line of conversation. Then he made some weird comments about like planting seeds in people's minds. And then he mentions that he lied and said that his family died in a fire instead of being murdered. Because I don't know if I explicitly wrote in my notes here, but guess how Joseph Alexander was inducted into the cult? So the cultists, I guess, like broke into his house or something, and then they kidnapped them all and made Joseph's dad pick who his favorite kid was. And his dad picked Joseph's sister. And then the cult killed everyone except the dad. And then Joseph killed his own dad. Gee, where the fuck does that sound similar to? Fucking 1985. Anyway, goes on to talk about Jenny Morrison, whom he labeled in his journal as Pride. Now, Jenny Morrison is going to be a very important character here, because it seems to be somebody that Joseph Alexander was kind of obsessed with in a way. It sort of mirrors a bit of the obsession that Mr. Alexander has with Dr. Mercy Schilling. So, Jenny Morrison, he notes that she's a medical doctor, they're close friends, because I haven't mentioned yet, but Joseph Alexander was a clinical psychologist at the... Well, actually, I did mention this, but it's been 2 fucking hours, so I'm going to mention it again. He was a psychologist at the hospital back in 1985. So, Jenny Morrison and him were coworkers with one another. He mentions wanting to convert Jenny Morrison. He mentions cherry blossom trees and how he calls them blood trees and how they're like important or some dumb shit. He talks about the 5 steps and how she needs to be weaker and more dependent on him before he acts. And he mentions taking her to a place to sacrifice animals to this tree. And he tells her about what actually happened to his family, but not about his father. And mentions that his father chose his sister and all that. First dated entry under Jenny Morrison is June 17th, 85. He goes on a hunting trip with Morrison. This is when he reveals what actually happened to his family, that the cult killed his mother and sister and convinced him to kill his dad, and then told him about the one true path. And then he mentions the great song. He actually refers to it as the great song, but actually it's Amazing Grace, because he just says, I once was lost, but now I'm found, was blind, but now I see. The cult basically has some kind of religious significance for Amazing Grace, and granted, Amazing Grace is a pretty good song, and there's a lot of very good renditions of it, but I don't know why you would necessarily worship a song. Cult stuff, TM. He proceeds to list off all the things he learned about Morrison and from Morrison, because he judiciously pried into her personal life and asked probing questions deliberately to figure out how she works and how she ticks. And then he had her sing Amazing Grace, which is what Mr. Alexander had Deborah do, another woman that he was close to. And then he proceeded to pry even more traumatic events out of her. From her past. I think it was that her little brother drowned, and so she had like a fear of water or something like that. And then mused about how he could use these traumatic events that he learned in order to basically direct her line of thinking into a way that was amenable to him. On July 14th, 85, Joseph writes that he thinks Morrison is ready for the trials. And he drove to Morrison's favorite spot, which is the, if you're familiar with it, it's the small fishing shack next to a little dock that's just south of Zancudo Base. That was Jenny Morrison's favorite spot back in 1985. He told her about the trials and the sin, and then he had her take out her frustrations with work on trees and rocks, basically by striking them with her fists. Which is based on comments made by Catherine Cuddlepuff about her knuckles being cracked. Sounds really fucking similar to this. Next, August 5th, 85. They talk about religion. They talk about Morrison's new home. They talk about family. He talks about some voices he hears. They discuss the 7 deadly sins. He convinces Morrison to agree that her sin is pride, and then he goes over the trials in more detail. Next entry, following day, the 6th, Morrison tells Joseph that she wants to do the first trial, and so Joseph says, great, don't eat from now until the trial ends. And then the 7th, he notes that Morrison looks very rough.
Chat, I'm trying to stay awake, so I'm going to try to figure out the cinematic camera again, okay? So if I'm just randomly opening panels and stuff, that's why. Just trying to get the cinematic camera to work.
Every 4
Give me a second.
hours until the trial starts. It appears that Joseph Alexander put Jenny Morrison on the runaway model circa year 2000 diet. Anyway, next, Joseph talks about a man by the name of Freddie Monk and how he was so proud that Freddie Monk turned his life around from being a drug addict to becoming a family man, and how close he was a friend with him, and lamented about how Freddie Monk died. Apparently due to a completely unrelated incident to this cult. I guess it's just a past friend of his that he's just so sad died. Which, you know, fair, understandable. Then he talks about Ruby Montgomery, who was the director of the Pillbrox Medical Group, which was the medical authority back in 1985, as far as I can tell. Ruby had a lot of problems at work. Also mentions
Hold on, Ray's
deputy
explaining it to me,
director,
chat on
Francesca
Discord.
Rooney,
Hold on. Let me see if I can figure it out, because it has not worked for me and I've tried everything.
To him that a former patient of his
Okay.
went missing on the 13th of June and then turned up at the lighthouse with busted up feet and really intoxicated. And it was later revealed that this was Dr. Montgomery. So this is sort of just foreshadowing, I guess, the data entries that come later. He made Dr. Montgomery go on the trials. On the 21st of
Oh my
June,
God,
he
Chad, I got to
mentions that
work.
Dr. Montgomery loves torturing
Oh my God, Chad, I got to
herself
work.
and lists
Chad, I got to
out
work.
all of the sordid characteristics and personal drama between Dr. Montgomery and other members of the hospital medical group, and talks about how he can use all of this to his advantage to get her into his flock, and giddily goes over all the things that he's going to do to her and all that weird creep shit. Following day, the 22nd, he talks with her about trials.
Oh my God,
religion,
chat, art
7
references are
deadly
gonna be even
sins,
better
etc.,
now.
etc. Because Joseph Alexander, I guess, to his credit,
Hold on.
appears to have freely talked about all of the trials up front with everyone who he would force through them. He wouldn't try to, I mean, obviously he still tried to manipulate them into doing it, but to the one singular point that I can find to his credit is he laid out everything to up front.
Hi, fish.
I mean, again, barring the whole psychiatric manipulation over a period of, you know, weeks to months that he would use to then compel them to do those trials. But I digress. Next, we skip ahead to July 16th.
Oh,
which
chat,
is
I'm just going to take some
a
pictures for a few
incident
minutes.
in which Montgomery expresses her frustration about Deputy Director Rooney practicing sedating someone that the hospital staff was really not happy about, and also was not happy that Dr. Montgomery did not punish her. She mentions to him about all the stress that the hospital causes her and how she's thinking about resigning. They meet up at her house and he has her yell at him, pretending to be people that she doesn't like or that cause her stress to vent. Again, we have the whole prior to the trials, having them go to an isolated area, vent all of their stress out in that isolated area before then proceeding with the trials. Basically giving them a sense of euphoria or accomplishment in, you know, venting all that stuff and feeling better before leading into the trials. Again, hashtag not a psychologist. Afterwards, they mention that he mentions that he needs to get the mayor, Daniel Marino, to break off things with Dr. Montgomery, because I guess Dr. Montgomery is seeing the mayor of Los Santos. In previous entries, he had sort of mused about how we could potentially use this to manipulate Daniel Marino, because Joseph Alexander really liked manipulating people who were in positions of power and authority. Skipping ahead to August 5th, he talks about how Dr. Montgomery was removed as the pillbox director and left the state. And then he just casually laments about how, oh, boo-hoo, I'll have to find someone else to manipulate. Joseph briefly talks about Brett Madden next, and how he needs to be careful around her, because this woman, I guess, just walked up to him one day and just stated to his face that he was evil. Good on her, because she was right. He muses about next to Dr. Lipschitz. She is probably the second most likely person to discover what he is and what he's doing. The numbered entry here is one on August 7th, in which he talks about how her mother became very sick and she had to leave the state. And then, after hearing that, like the sane, rational person he is, decided this was the perfect time to muse about how her husband is still in a coma in the hospital, and how he could potentially inflict pain and torture upon her husband in order to coerce her to come back to the state. Fun guy. This is the part where the entries break on being directed at specific people and become chronological in nature. Here he talks about how he had to go home, referring to back to Canada, because 4 of his children were misbehaving. And he talks specifically about a child in particular named Jessica, and how he was so proud of Jessica because she stabbed her brother to death without even being prompted and completed all the trials easier than others. But mentions that she had strayed along with a child named Joe, one named Rob, and one named Emily. We got Emily back. Look at that. He talks a lot with a man whom he calls Jacob, that he refers to as the head of his collection, and also casually mentions that Jacob was the one who recruited him, Joseph, into the cult. So, no, the assertion that the cult got all fucked up when Joseph came around was not actually true, because there's a man by the name of Jacob who did the exact same shit to Joseph. And I'm going to go out on a limb and guess there was probably a guy that did the exact same shit to Jacob to get him in the cult. Basically, as punishment for misbehaving, Joseph, kind soul that he is, forced Jessica to blast Rob point blank at close range in the back with a shotgun, killing him instantly. Then, because that wasn't enough, Joseph Alexander had Jessica shackle Joe and Emily to a tree and had Jessica beat them with a whip on their back for multiple hours. At this point, some other random fucking guy in the crowd just stepped forward named Mark and mentioned, "Oh, yes, I've strayed from the path too." He didn't just shut his fucking mouth, but he basically stepped forward and was like, "Please, sir, please, I want to be whipped too. I've strayed from the path. Give me some of that." Hashtag just cult things. Anyway, Mark is the guy that was then strapped to a pole and exposed to the elements for 5 days with no food or water. The cult apparently sang Amazing Grace around him as they were strapping him up, and then they sang the song again when they took him down. Century, August 8th. This is when he says Jenny Morrison begins the trials. He says that she completed trial 1 by collapsing at the fish shack, her favorite spot near Zancudo Base. Then August 11th, this is like I guess kind of a segue. He talks about how a coworker of his named Artie had been attacked, was in the ICU, and had its arm severed off. And he had gone to the crime scene to see where it happened, and whilst at the crime scene, I guess Jenny Morrison told him that something happened at his camp. So then he went to his camp and found out that, I guess, someone tried to burn down his cherry blossom trees with gasoline. And so he got really, really pissed off, swore vengeance, took one of the burnt branches of the trees, taped it to a wall somewhere, and then said he, fantasized about, I don't know, killing and eating the guy or some, weird shit. I don't fucking know. Anyway, after all this was done, he asked Jenny about the second trial, and she said she would do it later. And that made him really, really mad that she didn't want to do the trial right away. So he then talked about how he needs to inflict pain on her and calls her his daughter, like a creeper. Much like Miss Hart, or Amante Hart, testified that Mr. Alexander called her his daughter, like a creeper. Not call people daughters unless, they're your actual daughter. That's such a hard ask. I don't know, I'm not going to kink shame anyone. Anyway, August 12th. This is the final entry in the book.
The fucking laugh I just let out.
So, he talks about how he's going to force Jenny to do the second trial.
Justice Joy is great.
Because he is an actual psychologist and has access to all of the drugs, unlike Mr. Alexander, he goes and gets some DMT, scopolamine, morphine, and then also has to pick up a boombox with Amazing Grace and another tape. So, at work, he drugs Jenny's coffee, kidnaps her, basically smuggles her out the back, and then takes her to the maintenance shed for the trains off of Union Road, ties her to a steel pole, and then just begins yoinking out her nails. This apparently excites him so much that he has to take a break and have a little smoke, much like I'm doing now, and then he decides, oh, fuck it. And he takes that cigarette and he starts putting it out on her right arm. And then he tells her that she's going to do the other trials. He injects her with morphine, starts playing Amazing Grace. Then he moves her from the train yard to up in the hills, changes the music to the Boots, Boots, Boots song, gives her a picture of her boyfriend, and then proceeds to start carving the word pride into her. And apparently she was just so happy about this and was pleading for him to do more. He says Jake was the one who did this. No. Montgomery's boyfriend was Daniel Marino. Her boyfriend is Jake. Sorry. So he says Jake is the one who did this. Basically, it's the reprogramming shit. He reprogrammed her. Then he gives her a deer heart, has her drink more DMT-laced coffee, changes it back to Amazing Grace, and then he left and went to the hospital to see if anybody had found out that he had kidnapped her from the hospital, and then began patrolling the highway to see if the police or anyone else was going to go and come and get her. And that's where the journal entry ends. This is the book that has been referenced throughout this. Those are all of the entries that are in that book. So, those of you who've been paying attention, there are, you know, a few similarities between Joseph Alexander and our defendant, Mr. Alexander. Their family was killed by the cult. They were goaded into killing their own father. They both come from Alberta, Canada. They both compulsively gather information on people. They both manipulate the people around them with that information. They love to perform therapy at areas. Oftentimes that therapy consists of letting people vent and lash out in the open. They both had people perform at least one of the trials and make reference to the trials and have knowledge of the trials and how they work. What the state is alleging, they both rip out fingernails and put out cigarettes on people. They both use the hearts of animals in some way. I mean, there's bowls of heart, like mountain lion hearts in 3 of the 4 crime scenes in this case, and he had Jenny Morrison eat the heart of a deer. Use of psychoactive drugs, and use of Amazing Grace, and boots. There are also similarities with the whole chaining people up and leaving them exposed. That's how Deborah was allegedly punished, and was how Mark was punished, and was also how Joseph wanted to punish. I forgot, there was one last thing where the guy who poured gasoline on his trees and lit that stuff on fire, he mentioned that what he wanted to do was like leave them exposed to the sun until their skin was cracked and breaking or something to that effect, and then he wanted to like rip out their heart and eat it or some like weird shit. He wanted to glue their eyes open as well so that they go blind, which is precisely what Mr. Alexander said happened to Deborah before he came clean, and mentioned that he dragged Deborah out of a domicile and shot her in the head at close range with a pistol. So then we get to a little bit of a profile for Mr. Alexander. So, why is Mr. Alexander a fitting suspect for these crimes? So, number one, Mr. Alexander is one person that has knowledge of this cult and how it tortures people. The way all of the victims were tortured mirrors the way that he was tortured, the way Joseph tortured people, and also the trials. And prior to this investigation, there were only 4 people that had the full picture of how the cult operated and what they did to people. Those 4 people were Dr. Hayabusa, Dr. Patrick January, Agent Keller, and Mr. Alexander. Mr. Alexander also, eventually in his sessions with Dr. Hayabusa, he admits to killing Robert on trial 1 and Deborah, even going so far as to have a recording for it. Which is to say, he has killed for the cult in the past. Now, normally, we don't allow character evidence in as evidence to say, well, you committed this crime before, therefore you're the one who committed this crime now, but there are exceptions to that, which include motive, intent, preparation, plan, knowledge, and identity. Moving on. From numerous medical observations made by Dr. Hayabusa, and in a small way Dr. January as well, all of the medical professionals that have examined Mr. Alexander
my
note
God.
that he gets really excited about talks of manipulating others and torturing others and having power over others and basically everything that he's alleged to have done here today. He also makes frequent comments throughout his therapy sessions and to other people about going back to his old ways. And then, last but not least, what makes Alexander a candidate here is all the shit on the hard drive. First, before we get to the contents of this hard drive, we have to talk about why the hard drive is authentic. And there's a couple reasons why this hard drive that was found beneath that tree at Parsons on July 15th is authentic, probably beyond a reasonable doubt. Not even probably beyond a reasonable doubt, but authentic beyond a reasonable doubt. And it's because of the two things that I mentioned before. Remember that those audio recordings of Deborah singing Amazing Grace and the audio recording of Mr. Alexander dragging Deborah out of a domicile and shooting her in the back of the head, close range with a pistol? Mr. Alexander was the one who made those audio recordings. He was in the sole possession and control of those two audio recordings. Now, over the course of this investigation, he provided those audio recordings to Dr. Hayabusa. Notably, Dr. Hayabusa in session... what was that? I think session 5 did not actually put the audio recording that she was sent via text in the report. So even after that report was shared with other people, they would not have had access to that audio recording. Now, the audio recording of Deborah was actually included in the report of session number 8 that was then shared with Katie St. Clair and Veronica Wilson. So there are 4 people who have access to that recording. But there's only 2 people that have access to the second recording. And now it's possible that that recording may have been shared around, but as far as the facts and evidence that have been presented to me, I have nothing to conclude that anyone other than Mr. Alexander and Dr. Hayabusa has the recording of Deborah singing Amazing Grace. And both of those 2 recordings were on that hard drive. So that means whoever put all of the stuff on that hard drive necessarily had to have access to both of those recordings that were made by Stephen Alexander, because there is no one else who could have made those recordings. Presuming, of course, that those recordings are, in fact, of Deborah. Next, whoever put the text, because if you remember, there was the text messages between Izzy Abbott and the burner phone that were taken from the perspective of whoever had the burner phone in that hard drive. So whoever had to have whoever put the stuff on the hard drive not only had to have access to those 2 recordings, they also had to have access to the burner phone that was used to contact Izzy and Lana. Izzy Abbott's phone was on her person when she died and when she was placed in the morgue. So on top of the text messages not being viewed from her phone based on the way the text messages were structured, it couldn't have come from her phone anyway. So it's not a situation where someone took Izzy Abbott, got the text messages off of her phone, and then put them on the hard drive. They came from the burner phone. Also, we know these text messages are authentic because a phone subpoena of that burner phone produced those text messages as well, meaning those text messages were in fact sent between that burner phone, Lana Stewart, and Izzy Adams.
Pardon me.
So we're at 2 criteria that have to be met
Pardon me.
for who could have put that stuff on that hard drive. pictures of Catherine Cuddlepuff on that hard drive. And this is the one thing I forgot to get. Give me one moment, but you will see that when I pull this stuff out, you'll see what I'm talking about with these pictures here. Where the fuck is the hard drive contents?
21249.
Yeah, you got it. What's that name in the top right?
Sick son of a bitch.
That's Steven Alexander.
It's a coincidence, right?
No, it's
Let me
not.
apologize. S. Alexander.
Oh, is it a coincidence, Joy?
Well, do we know who that is in the picture?
Where's that location at? What's that say in the bottom right?
Kudo Barranca Great Chaparral. Well, hold on. Do we know that? I mean, that's just a person in a photo. How?
Little pictures.
Oh. Well, you know, maybe it was just someone else that was just dressed exactly how Catherine was found and has Catherine's red hair, and also was at the place where she pinged Mr. Alexander to, and no. Remember back to that one therapy session, Dr. Hayabusa had mentioned that she had given him a PD camera, which produces, you know, like right here, it says Tyler Hayabusa. You see that? So that means the person who was holding this camera that took all these, you know, wonderful pictures. Oh, that one actually doesn't have it on there. Look at that. But that does appear to be Catherine laying there by the beach. Oh yeah, remember that time when she said "Ocean so pretty" to Oswin McHale? Is that the ocean?
Pretty.
Pretty.
It's like the ocean, Joy.
Yeah, how did this get on that hard drive?
Ooh.
Oh, how did that get on that hard drive? Hey, is that Catherine over there? Looks like Catherine, doesn't it?
Son of a bitch.
And here's something else that's kind of funny. What about this one? What about this one? Oh, look, it's the Cuddlepuff text.
Oh.
That was sent from Catherine Cuddlepuff's phone. So whoever had access to this hard drive also had access to Catherine Cuddlepuff's phone, at least at some point, because how else would these, you know, texts have gotten here? Because if, you know, you're familiar with phones and things, those texts right there were sent by the person holding the phone. Wow.
Easy.
Sick son of a bitch.
So Zancuda Barranca Great Chaparral was also the place where Catherine Cuddlepuff's car, the Emperor Beater, was found, with pink synthetic hair in it. The audio recordings, the transcripts of which I will go over immediately after this are also they sound like Mr. Alexander, and also this hard drive was labeled with Mr. Alexander's name. So, well, these could potentially all be doctored. This could just all be doctored evidence. You know, AI is pretty good these days. Maybe somebody fed an AI a bunch of audio clips from Mr. Alexander so that it learned his manner and pitch and tone of speaking, and then they had the AI read off a bunch of like crazy fucked up stuff and then put it on here. And maybe the photo of Cuddlepuff with S. Alexander in the top right, taken at the exact place where Catherine Cuddlepuff pinged Mr. Alexander 6 times based on the phone subpoena, and also where her emperor was found. Maybe that was all doctored as well. But what can't be doctored is those 2 audio recordings that are only only in the possession
Please don't
of
play
Mr.
them.
Alexander
Hate
and
them.
Dr. Hayabusa.
I've heard them before. They're fucking awful.
There are
They're
only
literally nightmare-inducing.
2
Quite literally.
who could have made this hard drive. Either option A, Stephen Alexander put all of this shit on this hard drive and recorded all of these audio recordings, so on and so forth. Option 2 is Dr. Hayabusa deliberately fabricated all of this evidence in an attempt to frame Mr. Alexander.
Y'all, right now, I ain't got enough time to be doing all that.
Well, quite literally, the only 2 options for how all of this shit is on
Dr.
this hard drive.
Hayabusa.
Either Dr. Hayabusa,
Dr. Q.
the director
I ain't got time for that.
of medicine
I ain't got time to be a weirdo.
for
Come
the
on.
state of San Andreas, just decided to pull a cheeky frame job on Mr. Alexander, and is skilled with photo manipulation, is skilled with audio doctoring, and a myriad
She is a
of other things.
doctor.
Had access to the burner phone, which,
Bruh.
spoiler alert, in one of the journals, Mr. Alexander admits to having that burner phone and talks at length about how he was hiding it and where he was hiding it, and etc., etc. But I digress. The only other option, if we are not willing to believe that Dr. Hayabusa, director of medicine, is attempting to frame Mr. Alexander for the death of Izzy Abbott and the long-term torture of Lana Stewart and Catherine Cuddlepuff, and I guess the kidnapping of Lola. I'm not even really sure how that one would work, considering Lola literally testified in court that it was Mr. Alexander that came and took her from her place of business and dragged her up into the hills. So I don't even know how that one can really be explained based on the contents of the hard drive. Or Mr. Alexander put all the stuff here. With that, let's get into what else is on that hard drive. I'm going to go through each of these audio recordings one by one. There are 10 of them, and they are also dated. Also, Jesus fucking Christ, I've been talking for 3 hours.
Get another cigarette, Your Honor.
I'm going to need another goddamn cigarette.
You guys need any food? Scanlan, Joe, Nash, you need any food?
I got food on me. I got food.
Don't eat this food. I deserve being able to eat food after 3 hours of rambling like a crazy person.
Can I say one thing though while he's eating? Because Joy, there's a couple things you got wrong in there. Mercy was not helping this man in any way. Whoever said yawn, go fuck yourself. Next, I don't like that because I don't want anybody in this audience who's texting her nasty shit because you're all a bunch of pussies. for doing that. She did not help this man, okay? She did not fucking help this man in any way, shape, or form. And if any of you think she did, you're a fucking asshole.
Who the fuck would be texting me stuff? It's fucked up.
Take my contempt if I need to.
No, I'm not gonna give you contempt for that. I mean, I guess if that's the case, I guess it would have been nice if you would mention that in one of your session reports, because
Oh,
that
I did.
really
If
that
you
really
read through
was
the notes, it said she was playing this man like a fiddle the entire time.
Yeah, but if I remember right, that was on session 8, and Mercy became involved back in session 4 or 5.
Yeah, I knew the whole time.
Oh, all right.
Oh.
I will take your word for that.
Oh. In order to work with someone like that, sometimes you gotta play a little dirty.
You have to play their game or they will hurt you.
Exactly.
Hey, good on you, Joy, for like talking for 3 hours without needing a recess. Like, damn.
Also that.
Also that. Good job, Joey.
Well, it's like some of you have said outside of earshot of me that I am a yapper, and I yap. So I'm doing what I do best,
Yep.
and I'm yapping.
Yapping.
Yap, sir.
I love you for your yapping, Joy.
Yap away, Joy.
Music to my ears. Play your British accent.
I can't thank you for how fucking thorough you are.
Beautiful voice, Your Honor.
That's what I
Beautiful
was
voice, Your Honor.
Your Honor, justice, magnificent, sir.
All right, enough shallow praise from the peanut gallery. Are we ready to hear about the journal?
Go ahead, Your Honor.
Are we ready to hear about the journal? Come on.
Yes, Your Honor.
Journal.
Well, I guess the hard drive audio logs, I listed them as journal because they're actually listed as journal, but okay. So, the first one is dated March 20th. As a reminder, and for each of these, I'm going to start with putting the journal in the timeline that I read out about whereabouts, like what happened either immediately before or immediately after. So, Journal 1, March 20th. This is the day that Mr. Alexander was discharged from the hospital after he was found March 15th, woke up and was investigated March 16th, and was evaluated by Dr. January on March 17th. I'm not going to read all these journals word for word because the transcript of these journals is about, I think, 36, it's either 36 or 46 pages long. And I mean, if all y'all really want me to do a fucking story time for this stuff and take another like hour going through this journal, I guess I'll do it. But do you want the full audio transcript or do you just want the cliff notes?
Cliff notes! Cliff notes! Cliff notes!
Cliff notes!
Cliff notes!
Rambling?
Nah, I think we all listened to that shit. We don't need that.
Lying.
March 20th. So, choice things that I picked out. He starts off with, "Ugh, I made it. I am in so much pain right now. Oh, it hurts. Oh, it hurts so good." These are direct quotes, by the way.
Jesus Christ.
I guess the first thing I should say is Claire, Sabrina, Jacob. I don't think anyone is the wiser. Jacob, as a reminder, was the head of Joseph's collection and the one who inducted him into the cult. Proceeds to complain about Officer Keller talking about Joseph Alexander and talking about how he's better than Joseph and all this other dumb shit. And then he says, "Sins of the Father," at the end of the recording like an edgelord. Now here's the thing that I want you to take away from journal number 1. I guess the first thing I should say is Claire, Sabrina, Jacob, thank you. I don't think anyone is the wiser. The reason why I said early on that Dr. Hayabusa was wrong about Mr. Alexander being reprogrammed is because Mr. Alexander, surprise, never left the fucking cult. That was all bullshit, a lie, an enticement to make himself look curious to people and to attract attention to himself so that he can give his fucking sob story to people and get sympathy and get people to like him. He never left the cult. He came here to
He asked for 2 food and 2 drinks, so I'm gonna go get them some if there's something out here.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, there's a food truck. Fuck yeah. Oh, that boy is so fucking sleepy. Anybody who doesn't realize it, Ray is from the Netherlands, and it is like 7 in the morning for him now.
Shows. Alright, last cocktail's mixing up right now.
I'm sorry, I thought we'd have to drive somewhere. I didn't know anybody was outside. I'm sorry, you're sleepy, baby.
Thank you.
Of course I am.
I know, I
6
said
in the
I'm...
fucking morning in my
I
head.
know, I said I'm sorry you're sleepy. Baby, if you want to go to bed, go to bed. I'll be home in a little bit.
Nope, I've sat through 3 hours of his fucking rambling and yapping. I'm gonna be there for the goddamn verdict.
Oh, baby, okay. We'll go to bed as soon as he's done, I promise. And Liam want 2 food, 2 drinks.
Kennedy, sir? 12336. Accept that. Ma'am, your food's coming up real quick. Give me 1 second.
Boy, sweetheart.
Just waiting on your last coffee. Here should be about 10 seconds before it's done brewing.
Good God, I need coffee.
Yeah.
Oh, same. Jeez.
Yep, I figured that again, this would be one that you would enjoy.
Check the tray for me. So you said 3 and 3 or 2 and 2?
She was like, oh, because I was like, yeah, we're gonna hit you with messages to 911. She's like,
Perfect, sweetheart, thanks.
It was brew, and I was like, oh, bet, say less. You want to be petty, bitch? So I'll go and clean this up, get it, get as much stuff in there as possible. Cause, yeah, fuck this. No, thank you, Sparks. I appreciate you. Appreciate you. Hey.
Got your food on the tray. Your drinks are being mixed. I can help who's next as well. Drinks are being mixed. How's it going? Would you like the menu or chef's choice?
Nah, you can, as long as I get 4 food and 4 drink, you can give me whatever you want. Coffee is preferred, though.
Absolutely, I'll get you some coffee.
Awesome.
Foster. You're good to go out there while you wait for
13545.
I'm just hanging out anyway.
I want to refresh the report and look what I did.
I did on Tammy.
Accept that for me.
Gotcha.
I went through and recorded every single
Jesus
conversation.
fucking Christ, Nash, you need a vacation.
I did it because I'm in there for that court case. So I attached the reports that we can't use against it, and I made a comment that like it was all for the July 7th stuff. Sparks is gonna help us with it.
All right.
Go after
So
it for
here's
your
your 2 drinks.
Yeah, you enjoy
on the
that?
tray.
Isn't that good?
What did thanks, buddy. What'd Skylar say about getting that added?
I think she said she's gonna try and go
cooking
for
up.
like some sort of
Oh, good.
Get a wrist
All right, I can help whoever's next. So while her food's cooking up.
on her so we can get a crime added.
How's it going?
Hey there, boss.
She has ideas though. She has.
Menu or dealer's choice?
You got any dealer's choice for the food? You got any tea?
I don't. I have coffee and then a virgin fruit cocktail.
Ooh, I could go for the fruit cocktail, yeah.
2 and 2.
Whoever did the other thing of putting up those links. I did take a picture of her profile.
2 and 2, sir.
Phone number.
Sounds good.
Alright, what's your state ID?
2462.
I go and accept that for me. Perfect.
Keep on being petty.
Is kindly.
Alright, just
Nash.
give me a bit. Some food.
How are you?
I got
No
your
worries.
food. I'm gonna put it on the tray for you.
Alright.
Your coffees are brewing.
Alright.
Take the tray. Your food should be there, and then I'm just waiting for your coffees.
Alright.
And then, sir, your food will be right up.
No worries.
Very easy.
Cups of coffee are brewed. Just brewing the last 2. Should be about like 40 seconds.
All good.
Just pouring your coffee out into this cup here.
All good.
Alright, go ahead and check that tray for me.
All 4, yep.
Go. Thanks for stopping by, sir. Your food's
Thanks so
cooking.
much.
Should be out soon.
Where did we go? Huh?
Have a good one.
If you need anything, let me know too.
Thanks, Nash. Have a great one.
Too.
Hello.
You gotta frisk me again or anything?
Yeah, I do.
Alright.
All right, you're good. Thank you.
Mm-hmm.
We will make you guys aware of.
Allow her to live, according to these audio journals. So at this time, he appears to be intent on basically torturing and murdering people and then framing Dr. Green for it.
I got you food.
Oh, thanks.
And that really can't happen unless she dies. So, anyway, moving on to Journal 5, May 11th. This is 10 days prior to the messages being found at the FIB building, which, by the way, is where Agent Keller works, who is someone who he is actively trying to manipulate. Why all that stuff was found at the FIB building. And in fact, in this journal, it becomes even more obvious as to why some of these things were done the way they were. If you recall, Izzy Abbott only did not have many of the verbal sort of, or not verbal, but like the written statements at the scene. I once was lost, but now I'm found. Those who walk the path do so of their free will. Sometimes the best thing to do is to walk away, etc., etc. Izzy only had I once was lost and nothing else.
I don't know what the fuck's happened to me.
On May 11th, this is Izzy Abbott dead, everyone else still alive. He talks about how he's angry about how Keller yelled at him for talking to Tallulah. He mentions Keller asked him about Deborah. He mentions that he cried fake crocodile tears and how his story about Deborah was obviously fake. Basically just trying to get Keller off his case. Talks about how the, quote, normal techniques won't work on Keller. He talks about he texted her and was invited to come to the FIB building. He uses that as an opportunity to dig into Keller's personal life. Keller mentions an investigation and he immediately backpedals. Because this is the point where he finds out that his case is still open and that people are still looking into it. Keller also asks him about Abbott and he feigns ignorance. And then he mentions at the end, quote, Keller, sometimes the best thing to do is just walk away.
Why is he doing a voice?
5 May 11th. Sometimes the best thing to do is just walk away. Hey, wasn't that carved at the crime scene where Lana was found and Catherine was found? Wasn't found at Izzy's scene because Izzy was already dead by this point? Am I correct on that? Someone correct me if I'm wrong here.
I'm so sorry.
You're correct, Justice Joy.
Yeah. Then we get to Journal 6, May 26th. This is the day before the second therapy session with Dr. Hayabusa and 2 days before Lana Stewart is finally located. So in this journal, he states that he started the first trial with Lana last Tuesday, which would have been May 21st. Later on in this audio recording, he actually mentions the day himself as the 21st, corroborating this. And he mentions that he's just exhausted trying to keep up with her, implying that when people do these trials, he sits there and watches them like a creeper, which probably was evident by the photographs taken of Catherine Cuddlepuff that have already been shown, but I digress. He also talks about how he had a conversation with Keller this past Thursday, referring to May 23rd, as a, quote, distraction about forensic psychology. He proposed it as a potential job opportunity. He talks about problems that he has with Dr. Green, and Keller told him to make a complaint about her. So then he says he goes to Dr. Hayabusa and he talked about how Dr. Green told him she could make gangs kiss her feet or some other things like that. And also talks about how mad he was that he found out Dr. Green was not actually in the ICU and that he was lied to. He enters into a conversation with Dr. Hayabusa and he talks about how similar his past is with Dr. Hayabusa's. He mentions that he wants to convert her slowly. He says he gave her an ego boost about wanting to learn forensic psychology. And then he mentions that Dr. Hayabusa was so excited at this ego boost that she gave him a job offer to work as a psychologist at the hospital. He then states that he doesn't want to take it yet because he wants to plant more regarding Dr. Green and Izzy and Lana, and mentions that if he does take this job, though, that he'll have Dr. Hayabusa's blessing and the people will see him as a trustworthy person because he's working for the government, obtaining the same position, stature, and role as Joseph Alexander did when he was a psychologist. He then does some weird edgelord shit, after which he thanks, in his audio log, not verbally to Keller, but thanks Keller for telling him to talk to someone because now he's got an in at the hospital. He talks about Lana and how he met her on the 21st to prep her for the first trial, and he says that Lana can't survive and that she has to die for this to work. He mentions that her sacrifice will be another nail in the coffin for Dr. Green, and says that he deliberately never gave her an endpoint for her trial. And at some point, he confronts her and sees the fire in her eyes, and so he asks her to get in the car with him and gives her some beef broth with magic mushrooms, and then basically describes the process of him reprogramming her, the whole alternating Amazing Grace and nightmarish stuff and all that shit. He says that whilst reprogramming her, he used Dr. Green as his target. Basically, by target, if you remember the process of reprogramming, part of what you do is when you're on the bad cop part, when you're playing the weird fucked up music and you're inflicting all kinds of pain and torture on people, that's where you show them a picture of something close to them or someone that you want them to go after or be afraid of.
No.
So in this case, that picture was of Dr. Green that he used whilst reprogramming Lana Stewart. He also talks about, in graphic detail, about how he burnt her arms with cigarettes and pulled out her fingernails, which is also the exact same thing. Basically, his interaction with Lana Stewart, based on this audio log, is like almost identical to what Joseph Alexander did with Jenny Morrison. Like, they are extremely similar. And then in this recording, guess what he does? He ends this recording with the phrase, "All those who walk the path do so of their own free will." Wasn't that also on the crime scene for Catherine and Lana? Huh.
Mm-hmm.
Then we get to Journal 7, June 4th. The day of the third therapy session with Dr. Hayabusa. He talks about how him and Dr. Hayabusa are very similar. I don't know if he knows what similar actually means, but sure. He talks about how he doesn't want to take the job at the hospital because he wants it to appear that it was the hospital's idea for him to work there so that he can slip in under the radar and do his fucked up shit. He says he was offered a job again, but he declines the job. He gets Dr. Hayabusa to start telling him about her husband and talks about how he was playing with her by deliberately misstating her husband's name and her husband's occupation and a bunch of other stuff. He says that this is also the session where he brought Ramona flowers too, and he says that he brought Ramona to the session as a way of showing Dr. Hayabusa that he's got good people around him and can be trusted because, you know, Ramona's the deputy mayor, and if the deputy mayor trusts Mr. Alexander, then, you know, Dr. Hayabusa will trust Mr. Alexander, etc., etc. He concocts a plan to drip feed Dr. Hayabusa information about his cult in order to get closer to her and to satisfy her curiosity that she has into him and the cult. And then he muses about how he could get Dr. Hayabusa to go after Dr. Green, but then says, well, I can't force it, I have to do it gradually. And then says that he said way too much in front of Ramona that he didn't mean to, and so he says he needs to talk to Ramona so that she doesn't freak out. Derisively says that she has the memory of a goldfish, so it'll work out. And talks about how he needs to remain in the good graces of both Ramona and Dr. Hayabusa so that he has two pillars of the community to vouch for him so that he can worm his way in and fuck people up.
Say, Frankie.
He talks about how he really wants to find someone new to put through his trials and how he wants to hear them scream in an ocean of pain and more edgelord shit. Get to June 11th, Journal 8. This is the day after he was hired as a civilian counselor with Dr. Hayabusa. He talks about how he told Dr. Hayabusa about reprogramming and how now that he's a psych, he needs to get support from the hospital staff in order to deflect from suspicion. And then he talks about Dr. Schilling and how he hasn't had similar feelings about a person ever since Deborah, and waxes poetically about how she sees the monster in him, but doesn't consider him as a monster, and says his path gets foggy for him every time she's nearby, which, as romantic as it is, he immediately backpedals with his next journal, June 28th, the date of therapy session number 7, where he talks about dating Mercy as a cover and giving her the illusion of fixing the monster, and basically talks about how he may have to do to Mercy what he did to Deborah if she continues to cloud his path, which, as a reminder, is dragging them out of their domicile in front of the cult and then shooting them at close range in the back of the head with a pistol while they're, screaming for mercy. Pun not intended. I just now realized that. Anyway. Also in this recording, he talks about Daniel O'Shea again and how he's always on guard with everyone and holds people at arm's length and wonders how he ever got to dating Izzy Abbott in the first place. And then he talked about wanting to get him to react to something by, sending him pieces of Izzy Abbott and wanting to hurt and torture Daniel O'Shea's friends in order to see if he could get a rise or a reaction out of him because he thinks Daniel O'Shea is, robotic. Also talks about going to the game warden about, his forensic psychology stuff and offering him his services there. He also opines about how Dr. Hayabusa has become a little more robotic, and this is the part where he mentions how he would torture Dr. Hayabusa with sensory deprivation mixed with pain shocks and all that. The final journal, which is dated July 5th. This is 3 days before the Session 8, and 4 days before Catherine Cuddlepuff is reported missing. He talks about how he felt fear for the first time about Dr. Schilling getting in some kind of trouble, and then he says he's glad that it happened because he doesn't want to fall into the same trap that Deborah tried to get him into. He talks about how Lola, I guess, told him that he feels like family to her, and he mentions that he's not going to put her on the path just yet. He starts talking derisively about Catherine Cuddlepuff and how she doesn't listen and that she's a handful and has too much energy, blah, 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 and says that he's going to punish her and start her on the trials. And then how he talks about how he sent his staff to Lieutenant McNamara and talks about how he really wants to manipulate CID so that he can point them at other people beside himself. I have no idea what he means by his staff or why a civilian counselor would have staff, but that apparently happened. That's the end of the journal.
Kill this motherfucker.
Which means, after all of that, which, by the way, I'm not going to be writing this fucking shit in my written verdict. I wrote nearly 10,000 words of notes on this fucking case. I am not doing it again. So if you look at my written verdict and you're like, oh, that doesn't have even half of the information that he had giving the oral verdict, it's because I've been sitting here fucking talking for 3.5 hours and I am not spending another day writing up all this bullshit.
Poor fucking judge. Oh my god, this poor judge.
Cigarette.
I need another fucking cigarette. All right. So let's start with witness tampering. The person shall knowingly and maliciously attempt to prevent or dissuade any witness or victim from attending or giving testimony at any trial, proceeding, or inquiry authorized by law.
Verdict time!
So, merely calling someone on the phone is not enough to tamper with a witness. So, the only evidence that I have that calls were even made in the first place is call logs that don't talk anything about the subject matter of the conversations. And also Detective Wilson's secondhand accounts that Mr. Alexander was calling people related to this case. And while I don't doubt for a second that Mr. Alexander was calling people to this case, it's not enough to call people. You have to call people to knowingly and maliciously try to prevent or dissuade any witness or victim from, showing up to trial. And there was an opportunity for that. Lola Amonte Hart was one of the people who was called and was on the stand, but whilst on the stand, she wasn't actually questioned about any of the subject matter of the phone calls that she had with Mr. Alexander.
All right, guys, verdict time.
All I am left with is the fact that Mr. Alexander called people. Unfortunately for the state, that's not enough to substantiate witness tampering. So, Mr. Alexander, I am finding you not guilty of 2 counts of witness tampering.
Yes, Your Honor.
Next up, kidnapping. No person shall forcibly or by any other means instilling fear or deceit steal or take, hold, detain, or arrest any person of the state and transport that individual to another location within or outside the state of San Andreas. So, where we have a little hang up here is that even based on the text conversations, everyone except Lola Amonte Hart appears to have come willingly. Now, we can talk about, you know, the weeks or perhaps months of psychological manipulation beforehand that conditioned them into being susceptible to coming along. But on its face, everyone except Lola came willingly. So what we have to ask ourselves is, did he deceive the other individuals? And here, the answer, I believe, is yes. But it's likely not for the reason most of you are thinking. And it's because, with Lana Stewart, at the time that he took Lana Stewart and put her on the trials, based on his own representations on the hard drive,
here we go, chat. We're
he
getting
intended
verdicts
for
finally.
her to die. So at the time he was transporting Lana to do her trials, he was being deceitful in that he told Lana that he was putting her on the trials, but in reality, he was trying to kill her. There was deceit in him moving Lana to those trials. Now, it is also true that he changed his mind after the fact, but he changed his mind well after the kidnapping under false pretenses was effectuated. Cuddlepuff, it's also yes. And it's for many of the same reason, because Mr. Alexander, by his own admission on those recordings, didn't intend to just have Cuddlepuff do the trials. He intended to punish her because he was angry with her, and also based on other things at the crime scene, the way she reacted upon waking up, her fear of Dr. Green. It appears that she was also reprogrammed. You know, the whole psychedelics, the whole good cop, bad cop bullshit. It was also not part of the deal, because reprogramming is not part of the trials. The articulation of the 5 trials has been extremely consistent up to this point. And reprogramming is not part of that. Reprogramming is what is done on people who are unwilling to join the cult in order to break down their resistance. So, Cuddlepuff wasn't sent on the trials with the full knowledge of what was happening. She was essentially tricked into doing the trials and then bait and switched into severe physical and psychological torture that was not part of the trials. And then with Lola, I mean, Lola literally testifies herself that he came to her place of business. There's a text message 2.5 hours before her phone going dark where he says he's coming to meet her. That one's pretty self-explanatory. So, Mr. Alexander, I'm finding you guilty of 1 count of kidnapping for Lana Stewart, 1 count of kidnapping for Catherine Cuddlepuff, and 1 count of kidnapping for Lola Amonte Hart.
Thank God.
Next up, we have the Mayhem. Mayhem Major. A charge that we used to see all the time early on, then didn't see for a long time, and now are seeing it 3 separate times. So, Mayhem Major. No person with the intent to cause cruel or extreme pain and suffering for the purposes of revenge, extortion, persuasion, or for any sadistic purpose shall maim and inflict great bodily injury on another person. Such intent and purposes may include prolonged conduct over the course of 3 or more days, serial conduct on 3 or more occasions against the same person, or wanton conduct against 3 or more persons. So, do we have intent to cause cruel or extreme pain and suffering? In the gallery, do we have that?
Absolutely.
Yes.
Yes, 100%. Yes.
This asshole.
Yeah, the answer is yes. This fucking cult literally believes that pain makes you stronger in order to survive the apocalypse.
He's like, in the gallery.
They routinely go out and deliberately torture people
Do we have
in order
this?
to build up the
Yes.
resistance so that they can survive
Yes,
the
Justice
apocalypse.
Joy, we do. Let us go to bed. We know you want to go to bed too.
Right. Now how about this one? Revenge, extortion, persuasion, or for any sadistic purpose.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes, 100%.
Textbook case.
Yeah, in journal entry number 7, he literally waxes poetically about how much he loves inflicting pain, and in his sessions with Dr. Hayabusa, Dr. Hayabusa makes explicit note that he gets excited anytime she talks about, you know, torture or manipulation or things like that. So does he have a sadistic purpose in doing this? Yeah. Also, it bears noting at his fitness to stand trial evaluation, once again, Dr. Patrick January literally diagnosed him with sadistic psychopathy. Did that? You did that? Next, maim and inflict great bodily injury. Do we have that?
He did that.
100%.
Yes, indeed.
Yeah, he did that shit, dog.
Okay, so based
He
on my
did that shit,
review of the
dog.
records, Lana Stewart is still in a coma. In addition to Cuddlepuff's brain being all fucked up, she also can't really walk right. And Lola over there is literally in a wheelchair. And also, there's medical testimony from Dr. Hayabusa and Dr. January that was given on the stand at trial here that they will more than likely be permanently impaired in some fashion, whether it be scarring, whether it be inability to walk normally, whether it be mental in nature. So the last criteria for Mayhem Major, you additionally need conduct over 3 or more days, serial conduct on 3 or more occasions against the same person, or wanton conduct against 3 or more persons. This one's a little bit more tricky because y'all probably haven't been doing math, but Lana started her trials on May 21st. Found until May 28th, which is 7 days later. Catherine Cuddlepuff was started on her trials on July 9th, and she was found July 12th. I just realized I wrote May for some dumb reason. But that
Judge is so fucking tired.
Here we are, July 9th to July 12th. That's 3 days. Lola was kidnapped on July 10th and was also found July 12th, which is only 2 days. So we have conduct. Well, there's technically an argument to be made that, okay, well, just because they were started on the trials and not found for 3 days, that doesn't mean that Stephen Alexander was actually torturing them for that whole period. But the problem with that argument remains that if you torture someone and then you just leave them out in the middle of nowhere, exposed to the elements for multiple days, you still caused them to have that exposure, which is
it's still torture.
torturous in its own right, especially given...
Yeah,
I mean, we've heard about how Mark was tortured. We've heard about how Deborah was apparently tortured. We've heard about how Lola Amonte Hart was, what he was likely going for with the whole tree thing. So, I'm willing to say that that probably counts.
That counts.
Lana, we've got 7 days. That's more than 3. With Catherine, we have 3 days. That's 3. But what about Lola? We only have 2 days there, so how do we get to Lola? Well, the state argues that, well, Lola was the 3rd victim. So, wanton conduct against 3 or more persons fits for Lola. And originally, when I thought about this logically, I thought, I don't know if that argument sticks. Because it does sort of create some problems when you have people with multiple victims. Like, let's say there are 5 victims. So, can you charge someone with like 8 counts of fucking mayhem major because you just change the collection of 3 people over and over again? But after a brief conversation with some other members of the judiciary, the issue is, if 2 instances of mayhem minor can culminate in a major charge on the 3rd instance of mayhem minor, then by transitive property, why would 2 counts of major combined with 1 minor not transform that mayhem minor charge into a major charge? It's the same thing, basically. Inclined to agree there, because if that's how we're going to be, because that is how we have been treating mayhem minor. In fact, that was also the intent of how mayhem minor was to be treated, you know, building up to a mayhem major. But in this case, for separate and distinct reasons, we have mayhem major charges on 2 of the victims, and then we have a 3rd victim, which realistically is mayhem minor, but the question is can you escalate it because she's the 3rd victim? And assuming that you count that Lana and Catherine's mayhem majors are not counted for any 3 or more victim criteria for any other victims, it should feasibly stick. Mr. Alexander, for Lana Stewart, charging you, or I'm finding you guilty. I'm not charging you. I'm not a cop. I'm finding you guilty of 1 count of mayhem major. For Catherine Cuddlepuff, I'm finding you guilty of 1 count of mayhem major. And for Lola Amonte Hart, I'm also finding you guilty of 1 count
Heck yes.
of mayhem major.
Let's go. Let's go.
But not least, we get to murder.
He's dead. He's dead.
So murder says no person shall unlawfully and intentionally kill another human being with malice aforethought, with or without premeditation. Malice aforethought is basically like deliberate intent to kill, more or less. There's also a version of malice where it's basically doing something that is so... doing something that has the natural and probable consequences of death that actually results in death, evidencing a reckless indifference to human life, etc., etc. But that version of malice we often don't use, specifically because our murder statute vexingly says intentionally kill, and then says malice aforethought, which is actually duplicative. and is not only duplicative, but that second form of malice I was talking about is actually written out of the statute because it says intentionally kill. So this statute's actually very confusing to me as a legal professional, but you know, it's what we got, so it's what we're gonna roll with. Determination as to whether the homicide is classified as murder in the first or second degree shall be made solely by the judiciary of the state of San Andreas should the matter proceed to trial. Honestly speaking, whether it's first or second degree has never really mattered. It's just a label. We don't even have internal metrics for if it's first degree versus second degree. The time and fine is higher or lower or whatever. Generally speaking, we just kind of work on a sliding gradient scale of how bad was this, and if it's really bad, we put more stuff on it. And if it was bad, but maybe only barely so, then we put less time on it. So, as to the murder of Izzy Abbott. So he literally states in journal number 4 that Izzy has to die. Talks about how she was destined to die. Talks about how he needs to use this to frame Dr. Green. Which, yeah, that's a pretty strong intention, or rather, at the very least, a stated intention that you want to kill this person. And then they actually end up dead. There's also the idea that, even if we were to ignore that, he put her on these trials with the intention that she die, so that he could frame Dr. Green. There was some commentary by defense counsel that Izzy, in his closing argument, that Izzy died by stab wound. However, Mr. Alexander has also been shown to use a knife before when he stabbed Lola in the leg. Lola sitting right over there in a wheelchair because of the aforementioned stab to the leg. It's not a far-fetched idea that he just stabbed Izzy because he needed her to die, because he needed to frame Dr. Green. Sure, there's no murder weapon involved, or there was no murder weapon recovered, but whilst a murder weapon is certainly great evidence, not necessarily always required for a murder. The only requirement for a murder is a body, and we have a body, and we know who was in contact with that body just prior to that human being becoming nothing more than a body. We also know what she was subjected to before becoming a body outside the stab wound. So there's also no indication anyone could have possibly found her, because here's the problem that we have. Mr. Alexander, as far as all of the evidence that we have shows, is the only person who even knew Izzy was there, and in fact, based on his journals that he talked about with journal number 4, is likely the person who drove her to that barn in the first place, which means there are only 2 explanations here. Either some random motherfucker came by, found Izzy there, and then, for some insane person reason, stabbed her, because Mr. Alexander's own video log talks about how he drove her there. So he was the one, self-admitted, that put her there. So there's really only 2 options here. Either he had her do the trials, dropped her off at the barn, got a bunch of stuff to go frame Dr. Green, and then just fucked off with her still alive, and then some random person found an injured woman near some cult shit and said, hey, you know what? I'm just gonna stab this random woman, and then did exactly that. Or it was just Mr. Alexander that stabbed the guy. Or not the guy, the woman. Izzy. And I don't find the doubt reasonable that some random fucking passerby in a barn outside of town saw an injured woman after Mr. Alexander had left the scene, and then just decided, yo, I'ma stab that. Oh, Mr. Alexander, do you think I'm gonna find you guilty or innocent for the murder of Izzy Abbott? Well, you guessed wrong. I'm finding you guilty. As a recap, that is not guilty to 2 counts of witness tampering because not enough evidence was demonstrated to show that the intent behind these calls or subject matter of these calls were one that was deliberately intended to try and prevent the witnesses from testifying at trial today.
It's okay.
Guilty on 1 count of kidnapping and 1 count of mayhem major for the torture and kidnapping that was inflicted upon Miss Lola Montehart. Guilty on 1 count of kidnapping and 1 count of mayhem major for the coercion under false pretenses of Catherine Cuddlepuff to do the trials and then subjecting her to reprogramming and all other kinds of torture and other sorts of horrible, terrible things. 1 count of kidnapping and 1 count of mayhem major for Lana Stewart for basically doing pretty much the exact same thing that he did to Catherine Cuddlepuff. Those 2 were nearly fucking identical. The only thing that changed was with Catherine Cuddlepuff, he did not intend Catherine Cuddlepuff to die, whereas with Lana, he did at first and then changed his mind later. And last, for the unlawful killing of Izzy Abbott all the way back in April. We're finding you guilty. The murder of Izzy Abbott. So for this trial is kind of fucked in a couple ways because we had... It's going to end up being like a 3-phase thing because I've already told the counselors that I intend on doing a sentencing hearing. I don't plan on imposing a sentence at this time. So, counselors, just let me know your availability on the docket so that we can get the sentencing hearing scheduled. Essentially what I'm expecting at this sentencing hearing is victim impact statements from any of the victims that wish to come forward. Statements by anybody that wishes to make them on behalf of Mr. Alexander as to why he should not be put to death like the state is requesting. Alternatively, if there are people who feel that he should be put to death or should face life in prison or whatever, that is the time to come forward to the stand and talk about it. That's basically the goal of a sentencing hearing. And then after I hear all of that, I'll go back and deliberate. And then I will give my final sentence as to Mr. Alexander for the crimes that he has committed here today. Now, I could save this for the sentencing hearing, but I feel like given that I have just vomited my brain meats for nearly 4 hours now, I may as well just keep going a little bit.
Ugh.
I have some final thoughts about this cult. And originally I wasn't entirely sure whether Mr. Alexander was still part of the cult or whether he had actually broken off and then decided to use his cult.
Just in case something bad happens.
Yeah, but where is that justified in any law?
Oh my... Oh my god, it's fucking daytime. Where's my knife? Nope.
I honestly...
Are you going home with me?
Yeah, of course I'm going home with you.
No, you could. Maybe you wanted to hear like the final bit of his brain meats. Whatever the fuck he explained that shit.
No, he gave us the verdict. I'm good.
But yeah, that's why I said I'm leaving. I heard what I had to hear.
That guy's he's gonna get the death penalty. There's no way he's not.
Oh, 100%.
100% he's getting the fucking death penalty. That's a lot of locals. This was supposed to be a short stream. I really thought that was only going to take an hour or two, and it's been 5 hours. Oh no. Uh-oh.
What?
Uh-oh. Maybe the valet took it.
Well, I hope so.
Yeah, maybe the valet took it. I hope so too. I really do, because I know you're gonna kill somebody if it didn't.
Well, according to the fucking marker, it should still be... Oh, no, I see it. It's down here for some reason. Ow.
Ow! Fuck! Ow. That's weird.
It's still locked though, so it's not been tampered with.
Huh. Oh no.
I feel like maybe somebody did a dum-dum up the garage and knocked my car off a bit, I guess.
Oh, maybe, yeah. I mean, it still runs, so...
It was still locked.
Yeah,
you know
so...
what I mean? So
yeah, I fully thought maybe someone towed it.
Yeah, I thought it towed or stolen, but it was still locked, so it wasn't tampered or whatever, so...
We copy pasta Liam and Lola for a text message. Was I the only one who thought it was kind of funny that the judge was talking about Garen and being like, huh, coincidence. Anyway. Okay, good. It wasn't just me. I thought that was kind of fucking funny. Cause even the judge is like, I feel like Garen's involved in this. Can't prove it though. Anyway.
Anyways, shit's a bit off, but whatever.
Yeah. Dude, I'm sorry. I know he yaps, but I fucking love Justice Joy. That shit was funny as hell.
The thing is, it was, but at the same time, I feel like this could have gone so much quicker if he yapped a little bit less.
I know, baby. I know you're tired.
Or maybe just start the damn thing like an hour or two earlier.
Yeah, maybe. Let's just get you into bed. After that, I need a day in bed, and I have to work from home tomorrow anyway, so it's perfect.
Yeah, I told Goffy I was gonna come work tomorrow, so.
Why the fuck is the door locked? Aw,
We'll
I
have to
don't
go
get.
do a little bit of work tomorrow, fly wheels, but.
Aww.
Well,
I don't get a cuddle day with my boy. Aww.
sorry, babe. I got money to earn.
Aww. Sad. Yeah, and I gotta work from home. I also got money to earn. God damn it, I did it wrong again. I always do it wrong.
Right, my love. Sleep well.
Sleep well,
and
baby.
I shall see you in the morning.
See you in the morning.
Good night.
Alright, chat. I'm out. I'm out for the evening, chat. That took fucking forever. Justice Joy, I love you, but holy shit. I fucking love Justice Joy, new favorite Justice, but holy shit. That was wildly long. But anyway, yeah, guys, we got the sentencing. Let's go. That man's going to jail for, that man's dying. That man's gonna die in prison. Tomorrow I gotta work from home. I gotta go be a nanny. Which sucks because I need to be awake at 5:30 in the fucking morning and it's about to be midnight. So, I'm gonna go to bed, chat. I love you all so much. Thanks for tuning in. You guys are awesome and cool and fun, and I love you guys so much, and I'll see you guys Sunday. Bye, everybody.